And another day, another I'm Not GM SEC match. Aman, great to be back with you today.
Hey, Robert, and hello, everybody in the chat joining us for, another great match, Robert. I think this one is going to follow in the footsteps of the last match that we saw in terms of just how close we expect it to be.
Yeah, we were really treated yesterday between Roberto and Lawrence. Roberto went ahead and won that match, but it was very close to a clash of styles. And as you're saying, Aman, I think we're going to get a similar thing today with Kostya Kavutskiy and Greg Shahade.
Yeah, absolutely. This one is going to be really, really tight. I think that Greg is obviously the first seed, so most people are going to have him as the favorite, as they should. But the way that we saw Kostya playing in his last match against Tanya, I think anything is possible today.
Kostya was on fire in that match. And let's remind everybody of what's going on here, how the competition goes on. It is 75 minutes of 5-minute plus 1 second increment blitz, followed by 45 minutes of the 3+1. And finally, we get to the bullet chess of 25 minutes of 1+1 bullet. And of course, only the winner remains in the competition, and that remains to be seen. But the prize fund, it's getting larger. We are in the quarterfinals, so they will split the second half of the prize fund by win percentage, and of course the winner gets the lion's share. Half goes to the winner and the other half is split.
Nice. That's always a good way to do it. And the prizes, as you mentioned, are ramping up because we're getting closer and closer, eliminating more and more players. You know, we hate to see some of them go, but ultimately, Robert, we got to crown a champion.
And we're just happy that some of them were here to begin with. And you see the bracket in front of us, plenty of players already have been eliminated. Roberto Molina, the first person qualified for the semifinals. He is on the opposite side of the bracket of today's matchup. But Aman, we got that Greg Shahade, Kostya Kavutskiy. It is the 1 versus 8. Greg has to be the favorite, at least on paper. But we were talking before the show, and Kostya is actually a little bit higher rated in terms of bullet chess.
Yeah, the interesting thing about the seeding is that I feel like it's a little bit arbitrary, and the players often know that. So I'm sure Greg's not, rolling into this match, especially after watching Kostya's last match and thinking, oh, okay, I'm gonna, stomp this guy. This is gonna be easy. Not at all. So I think Kostya is very much in this match, and we see the bracket there. The winner of this is one step closer to the finals, Robert.
For sure. And I wonder if Greg did his CrossFit this morning to get pumped for this match. We know he's always making comments about his workout routine. And, well, actually, now that we see him on screen here, he looks ready for a workout.
Yeah, ready for a workout, just conducted a workout, about to work out. Who knows? He's looking like, real skater throwback from the 80s there. So he's definitely ready to go. Kostya, he's not the type to engage in any of Greg's shenanigans.
Yeah, he's actually kind of the kryptonite for how Greg behaves, because Greg likes trash talk. He's like Lawrence Trent in that regard. They'll go back and forth for hours, but Kostya would just sit there, nod politely, and be like, "Okay, yeah, let me make my moves, do the talking."
Exactly. I totally get that feeling from Kostya. Like, Greg and Alexandra, that was actually the first round matchup, and they were having a bit of fun. He was giving a handicap. They had the weights out, different costumes, and I feel like if Greg was gonna change into different costumes this match, Kostya would be right over there, coffee, glasses, and he would just be focused on the chess.
For sure. And these players know each other very well. Greg Shahade leads the U.S. Chess School. I know that Kostya has done quite a bit of coaching with the U.S. Chess School and with many of the talented youth in the country. So there's a lot of overlap between these two. I'm sure they're friends off of the board, but today they have to be mortal enemies.
Yeah, that's the thing with these matchups, especially those people who are streaming, the online community, as well as familiar with each other over the board. You end up running into the same people pretty often. And this I Am Not a GM tournament features a lot of the same participants as the last edition, but also some new faces. So if you're a strong player and you end up winning a lot of your matches as you get towards the final, I think you're going to start to see a lot more regulars as you get towards the championship rounds.
For sure. And last year, Kostya Kavutskiy was eliminated in the first round by Lawrence Trent. So you know that Greg does not want to lose a match to somebody that Lawrence beat. And they have this friendly rivalry going on. They squabble on Twitter. But this is probably important to Greg when all is said and done.
And let's be clear, at this moment, Lawrence and Greg have actually made it as far as each other in the bracket. So if Greg loses today, then Lawrence and Greg both knocked out in the same round. no bragging rights there. So no doubt, some percentage of this match, he's thinking about that.
And we can see the chessboard in Greg's glasses. I see that reflection there. And also, if Kostya doesn't want to engage with Greg, I think Greg's good at trash talking himself. So the games are officially underway, I see here, with the first game is just getting started. And we have a Spanish. And Greg does take these matches seriously. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some quite extensive preparation by him.
Yeah, the thing about these early games is you sort of get a feel for maybe what work your opponent has put into certain openings. You get to test the waters. Maybe you're playing your main line and they're walking right into it with confidence. They might have something prepared, but I think the Ruy Lopez is something that even if someone's coming with some pretty serious preparation, I don't think people should be blown off the board in this well-known opening.
And I have played this specific line from the black side for many, many years. It was my favorite opening growing up. It's can be questionable because you do hand white control of the center, but in the way this game has gone in particular, that bishop on c6 is way better than we often see the light square bishop in the Spanish. It's putting direct pressure on the e4 pawn, but then again, that's not a problem for white. It's already defended. You have the d5 square for your minor pieces. Your queen can even slide up to d4 if black does nothing in particular. Not now because bishop f6, but you have space and you have some control over the board.
Yeah, and for Greg here, I think as you start off, some people go right into the tactical games, right? We saw the matchup Lawrence Trent from yesterday. First game was like a tactical masterpiece almost. Just went for the king. But Greg, Kostya, I feel like it's going to be a bit more of a tamer, more principled match. We see in this game one right now, neither side is looking to take extreme risk. And Greg's just got this sort of easy position to play. I like it. Just queen d2, rook d1. He can break things open with a4. He's obviously got superior minor pieces compared to his opponent. So, he's not up material yet, Robert, but it looks like a comfortable position.
Absolutely. And what you were just talking about with pawn breaks, a4 in particular, when you time that correctly, you're the one who gets to break open the position on your terms. So 95, I think, was a wise choice by Kostya, just getting one of his pieces more advanced. But what's his next move? I don't really see his plan. Maybe he's ready to go c6 because he cut the bishop off from the d6 square. It would have been a blunder had he done that a move ago. But even once you get c6, I still feel like white is the side that's pressing.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing about white's position is there's so many small moves that I know that I can play and they will be good. Stuff like h3, queen d2, a4, rook d1. There's a lot of these tiny moves, whereas for black, it's like you have to think twice about every move that you play. c6, although it achieves maybe this exchange on e7, it also weakens the d6 pawn permanently. And you're constantly evaluating these long-term and short-term and just weighing the balance of what you want to do. But with rook e8, it looks like he's considering maybe dropping that bishop back to f8.
That's right. And I like a4. It's timed correctly here because if black is not careful, the rook on a8 is defended. But note, the queen is defending the rook. The queen is also defending the c7 pawn. So if there's an exchange on b5, white would win material because that queen would be overloaded. So that's why Kostya goes for c6. We will see, I believe, knight takes e7. And your point, Aman, where that pawn on d6, that's a permanent target. And the knight on e5 is good, but it can't really move from there, at least not for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, exactly. This c6 move, that pawn is always a target now. And, if the rook comes to the center for Kostya, all of a sudden you could throw in that a takes b5. And after a takes b5, suddenly the a file belongs to white. So white has the tension is sort of in his favor. He can decide, do I take on b5? Do I not? It's up to him. And he's gone for that queen d2 move. Are we going to see maybe h3, rook d1? I think I would probably consider something like h3 or bishop g3 here.
Yeah, both those moves look very good. Even f3 just to make sure the e4 pawn is safe. And the biggest problem for black right now is this knight on e5, it looks strong, but it also blocks your activity from that pawn on e4. Or you want to pile up on that pawn or do something involving it, and you can't because as soon as you move your knight, the d6 pawn drops. So I think it is a critical moment for Greg to figure out a legitimate plan rather than just shuffling pieces around. And queen c3, that's a step in the right direction. And I really believe that it's what you were saying earlier, that white can make all of these little moves, and then black has to really think about how to respond.
Yeah, the thing about this move is that at some point bishop g3, h3, these moves are always there, but this is starting to get into the territory of making real threats. If that queen was back on e7, suddenly the c6 pawn after bishop takes e5 comes under fire. So now you're starting to say, look, I'm starting to tie your pieces down to certain squares. that queen, if I take on e5 now, you have to take with the pawn. That's just something that well, there you go. c5. He doesn't like that pressure. He plays c5. He doesn't want to deal with the fact that the bishop takes e5 move is always looming in the position.
Right, and now bishop takes e5. The queen will recapture an e5, but that leaves the d6 pawn weak. So we're not talking about the capture just yet, though that's an idea you want to keep in your mind. But at some point, bishop takes e5 could be a pretty big threat.
Right, and I'm not sure about rook over, but I think I understand why he wanted to take. Maybe he was expecting b4, and he thought, look, at least I'll make an open file before I move to the center. And of course, he doesn't want to play rook d1 and allow black to play b takes a4, and white's pawns would also get disconnected there.
That's right, but sometimes avoiding bad pawns makes your position more difficult because this black rook will land an a2. Perhaps right now is the time to do so. And all of a sudden, black is the one who has concrete threats. It's you were sitting, waiting for white to do something. You couldn't actually attack anything. You were solid. You were sturdy, but no threats. And f6, it's not a bad move, right? It just feels a little passive. It's not like you're throwing your rook down to a2 and actually putting pressure on a piece. He's just solidifying his center. And while the move itself is good, objectively, I feel like that's a good move. I wonder if that's how we're going to see Kostya play is a little bit more defensively today.
Right. And f6 is sort of saying, if bishop h6 happens, I want to be able to guard that pawn comfortably. And now the entire 7th rank can be used for defense as well. I expect rook d or rook e2. Rook d2 just has that nicer feeling that it's defended. Rook e2, sometimes having an undefended rook there will actually matter. I was waiting for white to go, double the rooks on the d file, f3, and then maybe start h4, h5 as a plan.
Yeah, that's definitely a worthy plan with that queen being on g3. It's eyeing the king, but also that d6 pawn through the 95, and that tension will remain. And right now, Kostya is thinking, do I play rook to a1? Both players about even on the clock. He does play rook a1. That protects the d6 pawn, everybody. That if you take this pawn d6, it looks protected, but my queen can just take your rook because your first rook is pinned to your king. So a nice defense by using offense. And I'm starting to like black's position.
Yep. So king h2, I think that's a move that, eventually in this game was going to happen anyway. So now it's just well timed. Speaking of that threat on d6, he's renewing it. So now rook takes d6 is, precisely the idea that Greg has, and the time for both players, very even. We've actually seen, pretty steady pace, I want to say, from both these guys. Every move pretty much coming in just as fast as the last one.
For sure. And I think now is the time where Greg may just be like, I don't have an advantage here. I'll go bishop takes e5, and black can respond with queen takes e5, and mass simplification will occur, and that should result in an equal endgame. But if Greg doesn't do that, if he tries to play on, I have this sinking feeling that black is the one who could increase the pressure in the near future.
Right. Now, if Greg, I think bishop e5 is a hard move to play. I think I would still be tethered to this rook d2 move. And after rook d2, you have to give consideration to moves like maybe knight g6. You have to start evaluating, hey, this d pawn is going to be lost, but maybe the center pawn for white falls as well. I'd be really attached to stuff like f3 to support that pawn, as well as maybe that h pawn push that I was talking about earlier.
And speaking of h pawn pushes, I don't think black would be too upset to play h5 himself, or maybe g5, where your pawns can start pushing. You're getting towards an endgame. Yes, there are queens on the board, but there aren't that many pieces to attack that black king with. So g5 will kick the bishop back. Then you can play h5, and you're starting to gain ground in such a position. I know there are some risks involved, but that's the kind of thinking I'm having where I don't know what to do as black, so I might as well start pushing some pawns.
Right. Yeah, and if you think about maybe white's pieces getting involved, queen e2, little queen h5, queen b5 idea, and you're sort of saying, look, I don't need that queen to be in my position defensively as white. I can just, play queen b5. Maybe I don't have a concrete threat, but I'm threatening to threaten. And that's just scary enough. It's like the queen just sort of gets around behind the pawns, and suddenly that's an extra element for Kostya to think about, in terms of playing good defense.
And rook to d5 is a nice move. It just shuts that queen in on e6. Even though the queen wasn't attacking the b3 pawn, you maybe had some ideas like c4 at some moment, things of that nature. So it just feels like black's pieces are restricted move by move, but Kostya has no problem defending. He's saying, this is the strategy I'm taking. I'm not going to beat myself. Greg is going to have to beat me. And if he plays bishop g3, pawn to f4, something like that, well, my knight will go back to f7 and defend this d6 pawn. But right now, queen d2 threatens the d6 pawn, and he gives up d6 for e4. This is what you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
but I think bishop takes d6 would be a good move.
Yeah, I think bishop d6 is fine there. He wants to increase the pressure because he sees that after f3, the only idea is rook back to a6, and now he's attacking that rook. So Greg sort of traded in maybe a concrete calculation there for the idea that, look, Kostya, you're down on the clock. You have 20 seconds, and now I've assumed the absolute, dominant position here, and it's white who's pushing forward without any counterplay from black.
That's very true. So white can do a million different things, and black is just going to be playing like queen c7, queen c8, queen d7, just sort of back and forth. Although I think Kostya, he could play queen a6 at some moment to try to trade queens, and he is happy to just repeat, put my queen back, put my knight in the center, and say, Greg, where is it? Where's your breakthrough? It's not happening.
So I was going to say, how is bishop h6, but I guess it's nothing special. I think there's still consideration for something like h4, but it's clear the way Greg is moving, he doesn't necessarily have something in mind, but that's what +1 increment chess is all about. You just do those little shuffling moves and you wait for your chance and pounce.
Yeah, and looking at the clock, 10 seconds for Kostya, but he is moving very quickly. Every move within that second, so it's clear.
Oh, take it. That's a free pawn. Oh, take the queen and rook d6. Just missed.
Oh, wow. Yeah, wow, because putting the queen in the 7th rank, that was the wrong place to have it. So you're right, that was a miss, but it's because Greg isn't really thinking in terms of like that concrete nature as we were talking about. He's just shuffling to continue to play in Kostya's time trial. He's 6.4 seconds. So Kostya is handling this pretty decently. And Greg, I think now is the time to do something. He does take, and now f4, something like that. Just go after the king.
Yeah, h4, h5, totally possible. I don't think moving the queenside pawns does anything. The king's going to have to move. And I mean, Greg's doing a good job of shuffling, but Kostya's doing a good job defending as well. Rook takes c5. Is that a shot or?
Oh, wow. Oh, he's going to go queen f4 check and go queen c1. But the queen can block on f1. So it's not a draw by force, but the c2 pawn can be captured.
Queen e3 is an important move.
That's classy. That's really classy.
Well, now all of his pawns are falling. Hang on. Queen takes b3.
Yeah, he could have stolen that pawn.
Oh, okay. Not taking b3 is actually really important. Kostya is once again, queen takes b4. They're missing free pawns everywhere.
They're not even looking at the pawns. They're looking at the clock.
e5 hanging. There we go.
And as soon as I said that, of course, the pawn is captured right away. Oh, wait. Queen h1? Queen h1? This has to be a draw, right? Just queen back and forth?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
What?
Wow. What a decision. He might lose this game with his king running around like this. Oh, no. It's happened to queen. What? That was a blunder of a queen.
What the hell is that?
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Putting the queen on c5.
I mean, I guess queen c6 was the intention, or he just didn't notice, or I don't know. That was literally +1 second increment chess. That's exactly what you get from that. King f4, Robert, was wild. There was like rook f7. That was like practically checkmate.
That was absolutely wild. I mean, that king f4 is one of those, hey, I need to risk it to get the biscuit moves. Exactly. And Greg, he gets the full point there. So he honestly was just playing for Kostya's time. He was playing good moves. He wasn't looking for knockouts. But then he saw rook takes e5. He did a good job finding that. And then Kostya, to his credit, showed off some great bullet skills himself.
Yeah, no, that was like, that game obviously should be a draw. It was pretty much decided by the time. And, if those happen 10 times in a row, is it going to be Greg winning every time scramble? Probably not. So if we see this type of even match continue, we could see a lot of points just thrown back and forth because of a time scramble at the end.
Yeah. So, wow. And we get into a Grunfeld where Kostya now plays h4. He's going for the aggressive approach. Whenever there's a fianchetto pawn structure, you see that pawn on g6, it sticks out. So white has an easier time cracking the position open. So instead of castling and then developing your rook in that way, you can actually develop your rook in an attacking form with h4, h5.
Yeah, and it's a good thing to keep in mind that when there's no knight on f6, it's often in chess a pretty good move or a pretty good idea to play h4, h5, just as a pattern. And queen takes d2, bishop takes d2, and why take with the bishop? Well, that d4 pawn is not quite as free as it looks because the rook is eyeballing the bishop on c8.
That's right. And now d5 is played. The the diagonal is clear. So that bishop on g7 looks amazing. It has the full scope of the diagonal, but it attacks nothing. And we often see these dynamics where the bishop's staring into thin air, and that knight on b8, it has to try to develop, but where do you bring that knight to? If you go knight d7, knight h2 might trap the bishop on g4. So you want to be careful with this bishop on g4. It looks nice and safe and sound, but there could be a tactical shot very quickly that traps the piece.
That's a funny one. That's a funny one. Now, a lot of times when white plays h4, you sort of coax black into playing c takes d4, because black sees the move h4 and they say, okay, wait a minute. Like, I see the whole attack that you're going for. That's not happening. I'm going to take on d4, force a queen exchange, and it's suddenly a lot less dangerous. You just talked about this, Robert.
Oh my gosh, I was just saying this, and knight d7 is the move that like makes more sense. You don't put your knight in a6, but the bishop is trapped.
Uh-oh. Well, this is maybe not as bad as e6. I'm trying to find the silver lining here. How do we get as many pawns or make white's position as bad as possible? Bishop h5, there's always g4, knight e5. The idea is f4, and you hit the knight, which is protecting the bishop. So it's probably, you got to go knight e5, I guess.
And knight f6, there's e5. So no matter where this knight goes, I can just kick it away from the defense of the bishop. So yeah, you're right. You have to find the best way to lose this piece. And that's a sad thing to say, and that's a sad thing to realize. But you are losing the bishop. So, or the knight, if you sacrifice that instead. So I agree with you that you have to find the right way. And I don't know, knight f6 opens the position up more. Like knight f6, you have to go e5. So maybe that's the way to go. But I'm looking at Kostya's clock right here. He spent 12 seconds to get here. He knew that knight h2 was available. So are we in some preparation of his where he found the clear path, the pitfall for Greg to fall into, and Greg is like, uh-oh, what just happened? I'm down so much time now, 3 minutes, and my bishop's getting trapped?
Well, the thing about this line is it looks really strange to me to have pawn on h4, bishop on g4. It feels like a good thing for black. Like there's no h3 anymore. And part of the reason that this line is maybe so good or so playable for white is that black cannot develop easily. He can't play e6 to attack that center pawn. He can't play knight d7 because of this bishop. So it's clearly an idea that is keeping this position alive for Kostya.
Right. Now, knight e4 doesn't even take the d5 pawn. It'll take that next. King takes d2, rook takes d5 check. e5 will fall, and we will have opposite colored bishops. So this is interesting. Black will get 2 pawns for the piece, for the knight, and there will be opposite colored bishops. That feels like it gives Greg pretty good chances to sustain an initiative and hold Kostya off in this one. But of course, objectively, white is much better.
Yeah, it's basically as good as it's going to get, is probably the best way to say it. I'm trying to think of the best place to put this king, because you obviously don't want to block your bishop with king e2. King c2, there's more checks. The c file to think about. King e3. I'm just a little concerned about some potential like bishop h6 move, skewering the king and rook on that diagonal. You do have f4, but something to be careful of. Be careful of.
Definitely. And actually, and king e3 takes the square away from the knight, where the knight would want to go. I feel like I would not happily do this, but I'd play king e2 and okay, I didn't even think about that because you're walking into some pins, but rook a to d8, there's rook h3.
Yeah, rook c3 even.
Rook c3,
like rook c3, rook b3.
Oh my gosh, rook c3 you have to, because rook h3, there's h5, bishop h6 check, the idea that you mentioned.
Right, so, and rook h3, you can't go knight e3, so you had to go there. It's like forced.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, now at process of elimination, he plays rook c3. Now he's here, but it feels like black really does have quite a lot of counterplay. It is 1 extra point if we think about pawns being 1 each. That's 2, and the knight is 3. And here, the opposite colored bishop dynamic helps attacking chances, generally speaking. And black's king is very safe. White's king is in the center. So I think a couple accurate moves from Kostya, he'll breathe a sigh of relief. But rook takes e3 check, that's not going to do it.
That's just a terrible move. And that is not the way that you want your prep. Let's call it prep, or let's just call it Greg falling into something. I mean, this is just completely winning for black. I know it might look like opposite bishops, and now it might flip and you say, oh, Kostya has a chance at a draw. But first of all, the momentum that Greg now has, being down a piece and turning that into this, plus the fact that 2 pawns up here, Robert, opposite bishops actually makes it probably more winning for him.
And Greg missed actually bishop takes f2 instead of bishop retreating back to b6. They could have taken the f2 pawn because the king was tied down protecting that bishop on d3. So this gives Kostya some legitimate chances to hold. He is down one pawn on each side of the board. So one pawn in the center and one pawn on the queen side. And that's a big difference than being down just two connected pawns.
Do you trade rooks? Question. As black, you're trying to convert for win. You're up 2 pawns. He just played the move rook to c8. Let's just say white plays bishop b3. Do you trade rooks here?
No. And the biggest reason why is I'm not positive that it's winning. So that's why I won't do it. I think that, yes, there could be a way to win that game. It actually looks quite winning, in fact, but you're not certain. So keeping the rooks on the board, you can try to trade rooks later. There's nothing preventing you from doing that. And I think Greg's taking a more methodical approach.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's he's playing b6, bishop on c5, covering everything. I don't know if a5 is exactly the way I would do things, because I feel like white can go like a4 and then put the bishop on b5. I would want those pawns to be more mobile. So I'd probably leave that pawn on a7, at least for the moment. It's the king that needs to get involved, and rook d2, rook c2 is going to keep offering that rook trade.
Yeah, actually, if the rooks get traded now because the pawns are on b6 and a5, that makes me think that white has way better chances to hold. You put your bishop on b5, like you said, you essentially cement those queenside pawns in place, and your bishop on b5 covers the e2 square, for example. So if black is trying to get a passed pawn, and we see draws in positions like that very often, but I like what Greg is doing. He's keeping the rooks on. He's now pushing his queenside pawns. There could even be an exchange sacrifice later where he gives up his rook for the bishop so that his pawns can roam free.
And rook c4, there's rook d2, but bishop e8 that's a blunder. Ugh.
Oh, wow.
That's a huge pawn to lose. And this could even flip in white's favor. That's nasty.
That is so nasty. And Kostya has shown good awareness. He's up over 2 minutes, and he's been playing quickly trying to defend, but now he's going the attack. F7 falls, g6 could fall. So after bishop 7, e5 will be played, and it should be a hold right now for white. You're only down one pawn, and those pawns aren't going anywhere.
And keep in mind, king c6 at some point, there might be some weird bishop e8 check picking up that pawn. So he starts with bishop e8. He wants to force that pawn to go there, and now he brings the bishop back to b3. I think white and Kostya has done an amazing job, not only holding this, but maybe looking for more.
Yes, because you might have the mindset as Greg, I need to win this game. I was up 2 pawns, and then that can pollute your thought process. But they do agree on a draw, and the Greg is kind of upset. But if I'm Kostya, I would be livid that my preparation that won me a piece for a couple pawns, it went for naught.
Who's supposed to be more pissed off with that game? That was probably, I want to say, in all honesty, it was like as winning for Greg as it was for Kostya at some point. Maybe even more winning for Greg.
Right. It was more clear, right? There were fewer pieces remaining. He just had 2 extra pawns, and he missed bishop takes f2, which would have probably won him in the game in a few moves. But right now, Kostya gets the black pieces. He's only down 1 point. This feels like a match that should remain pretty level. I haven't seen either player do anything, let's say, that's special. That's not an insult. It just means that they're playing good moves, but nothing chaotic, nothing out of the ordinary. And we're really in the thick of a great matchup.
Bishop f4 played, and it looks like, we're seeing, like you were pointing out, nothing special, just sort of like everyone getting their openings out. We know Kostya likes to go for these sort of fianchetto systems, and already, I mean, the focus always for me goes to these e5 moves, and when can you punch those in?
Yeah, and I guess I just glossed over the opening so quickly I didn't even think about it, that Kostya's first move after e4 was knight c6. So that's not something we see every day, but it's interesting the knight went to c6, dropped back to b8 and into d7. The position looks okay for black. The bishop on g7 is going to be a happy piece later, but this is Greg at his finest. He just strikes an opportune moment, saying your queen's on c7, I have the e5 square covered, and I'm starting to like Greg's chances in this game.
And what do you make of something like takes, knight h5? Because that's the first sort of tricky move I would look at, and like knight takes d7, maybe queen f4, queen takes c4, just trying to mess the position up here, because otherwise I'm not liking what I'm seeing with e5.
That's a great call. This knight h5, it's tactical, and Greg played this very quickly, so I don't believe he looked through all of this and found the solution. But you're right, de5, knight takes e5, knight h5. That's one of those tricks that makes it very complicated, and you can take on f7 if you're white and get a discover check, or you can take on g6 and then win some material. It's a wild position.
Yeah, I don't even know how to evaluate, because there's so many different knight moves and they're all pretty good. like knight d7, knight f7, knight g6, all playable. I'm sure that some of them have to work out, but knight h5 is just kind of screaming. But if you're wrong about knight h5, you could also just lose the game in terrible fashion as well. Knight g6, looked pretty tempting. But anyway, he goes for this. Knight takes e5.
And this feels like Kostya style, where he says, I can go calculate knight h5 for another minute and then get myself into some time trouble, or I can play this, which doesn't look that terrible. White is better. Look at the pawn structure. Look at white's pieces coordinated very well, but it doesn't look that bad for black. You're not down any material. You have these split pawns on the queen side, but you can strike back, and he plays bishop a6, just trying to trade. So I think that Kostya made a pretty good practical decision, and he knows his speed chess better than we do. So he said, I don't want to waste my time. Let's just go for this.
Exactly. Yeah, maybe he had some instincts about knight h5. He's seen these ideas before. He knows it works or it doesn't. Or maybe he's just playing to his style. He's like, listen, I don't need to get that kind of position against Greg. I've shown so far that, even just his defense in game one, he ended up losing that game in time scramble, but his defense was top notch. So he can take these positions, maybe slightly worse, but definitely a lot of chances for black as soon as he establishes the d5 square, in his possession. Something like e6 knight d5. We can't do it right now, but as soon as that knight jumps in there, the black's position becomes a lot more sturdy.
Absolutely. And another idea is exactly c5, c4. The problem with playing c5 is you give up the d5 square. So I'm looking already at knight jumps into d5 or taking on f6 and knight to d5. But Kostya shows no fear and just says, I'm trying to get c4. My queen on b6 is very well placed.
Yep, lots of taking on f6, knight d5 ideas, as you mentioned, just with the fork and the fact you're hitting e7 as well. It's a lot of tempting options, and Kostya would have to be very careful where he puts his queen as a result.
And Kostya played the move c5. I'm just looking at 22 seconds. That's, he spent some time, he was looking into it, but that's a sign of confidence, I would say. And it looks like it's a pretty good decision based on how Greg is responding, the time that he's using, and how difficult it is to find a move for white, because bishop takes f6 is such a committal decision. And you tend not to want to give your bishop up for a knight, even if you may get that bishop right back with a knight d5 and capture on f6. But you're liquidating, you're getting towards an end game where black feels like he's doing quite okay.
Yeah, if this c4 move happens and white has to play bishop a2, I think it's clear that Kostya is doing amazing. That the bishop has to go back, b2 is going to be hanging in a lot of lines, and the whole position seems to collapse. Now, if Greg could, get this bishop, out in front of the pawn and go for some sort of b3, that's a whole other story. Then his pawn structure starts to look good. But c4 is really, pushing the envelope, and after rook d8, suddenly we have to start making some really concrete decisions, like bishop takes f6 comes to mind. Knight to d5 also comes to mind to me, because bishop takes, and you're hitting f7. So black has to react to that first.
That's right, because bishop takes e5 would be our first thought. And then, down goes f7 with check, the intermezzo. But e6 can be played here. And isn't that pawn on b2 a problem? I guess Greg is relying on bishop takes g7. Instead of moving his light square bishop, he'll take on g7 first. He'll play queen c3 with check. The concept of intermezzo is playing a huge role in this position. And that way he defends his queen side with tempo, and then can move his bishop back to f3 even, and that's a safer square.
Yeah, and that's just to point out, in that position, I think a lot of players, 2300 and below would get into a lot of trouble, because that was almost the only way to really reroute the pieces. And it's a great calculation: knight d5, bishop, queen c3, and bishop f3, and every piece sort of moves out of the way to make room for another one. The queen now watches over the b pawn. The f3 square is free for the bishop because the queen moved away. There's just a nice calculation there. And we talk about calculation in chess. Usually you're winning pieces or winning pawns and tactics, but that's an example of a calculation that was necessary, but it didn't win anything. It was just a great maneuver that helped Greg get out of that situation.
For sure. And where we've come to, I like for black. I think that your rook on d4 is stronger than the rook on e1. The queen on b6 holds everything together. The big problem that I could foresee is if the queens get traded, now your pawn structure is worse, or you allow a timely rook e5 for white, just causing some problems. Yeah. But queen b4 here says, hey, let's trade, and your extra pawn won't feel much like an extra pawn. So Greg moves queen out the way.
Speaking of your rook e5, I was initially thinking queen b4 is nice for black, but then I was like, wait a minute, if we take and go rook e5, that doesn't look so good anymore.
Oh, wow. Yes, you're right. With the queens off the board, rook e5 is even more powerful. I was thinking that you needed the queens to stay, but you're right that could have been an oversight by both players. And well, Kostya says, Don't mind if I do. Queen trades favor me. Let's
Yeah.
go queen to d2 because now the rook would be very active. And now queen takes c2 is a pawn that can be captured. I guess you can have queen b8 check, and there could be, at the very least, a draw for white by repetition there.
Yeah, it's looking pretty drawish because black does not want to play f6. And knowing these players, I have a feeling we are going to see that repetition. I don't see anything better for Greg. Once that pawn falls, the whole chain is falling. So if he doesn't take this draw, I'd be very surprised.
Well, he doesn't have king f4 available to him, so he has no choice right now. We have seen him avoid a draw, but that game was much more time trouble for Kostya, and
Right.
It was kind of living on the edge there. We have seen the draw. These players, it feels like a pretty even match. Greg is a point ahead, but they both had chances, and 2-1 thus far. Anyone's match.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like these guys are real timid, let's say, at the beginning of this match. You know, we got the draws coming in full force. Even the first game, without that king f4 move, I thought that game was going to be a draw as well by repetition. So one of the tightest matches that we've seen to start off, any match in the I'm Not a GM tournament.
That's right. And if we ignore the scoreboard and just think about the play, what you're saying is certainly the case. This has been the most level on the board match we've seen. And that queen c5 check, where Kostya blundered his queen, that's the difference in the match right now. So
knight c3, h6 is kind of a funny looking move. What's Greg up to? Like, what is this opening? He's transposing it into what I think is going to be a Benoni, I guess, like a Benoni kind of structure with e takes d5.
And it started as a Trompowsky, and then Kostya brought his bishop back home where it started. And it's so some weird openings that we've seen. I like it. Ever since we saw Eric Rosen's match, I've been more interested in these kind of obscure openings and the preparation that the players put in to get to unknown territory. And Greg is playing in this Benoni style. It actually is just a Benoni somehow.
Yeah, I don't know if you've even lost the move or who's up or down a move. Sometimes it gets so confusing when you throw in these extra moves to an opening that everyone knows. So who knows who's up or down moves, but hey, we've got a Benoni position. Kostya is going for this knight g3, bishop e2 setup. The knight lends its support to e4. And at some point, I feel like we will see that h-pawn sneak up the board, which is very common to kick that knight out after rook e8, putting some pressure on e4.
Yeah, the one problem with h5 is then the bishop can get the g5 square, but with Greg opening the queen side first, that keeps that bishop tied down to the pawn on b2, but there could be some timely rook b4 ideas hitting the e4 pawn. So that's why Kostya says, let me fix my pawn chain. That's a connect 4. The problem with doing this is your dark squares become more vulnerable, and we've seen ideas with knight d7, knight b5, and the d4 square. Lawrence Trent actually played a great game yesterday in a position similar to this.
Yeah, and a lot of times when the move knight b5 happens, it's actually in white's interest to capture that knight, which might look crazy. You know, you see knight b5, you're like, why would I take that? Fix the pawns, but you get a few things in your favor as white. Number one, after a takes b5, you close up that rook that was doing so much against that pawn, and now Kostya can get developed. And you also open up the a file for your rook. So you close black's rook, you open up your rook, and you get to finally move this bishop away from that pawn. So a lot of good things for Kostya, that you prevent knight d4 as well. It's just one of those moves that looks like you're fixing black structure. It's actually really good for white.
For sure the case. And queen d2 is such a nice, useful move to play. You hit the h6 pawn. So it costs Greg a tempo, right? You don't really want to play king h7. And he defended his b2 pawn. So look at Kostya bringing his pieces over the queen side. A typical idea for black is to play f5. That's not happening in a position like this. And now b4 is a possibility for Kostya, where you try to get at that c5 pawn. It's pinned to the rook on b6. But Kostya probably just went rook a2 to avoid any kind of queen takes a1 calculations. But look at Greg. No b4 for you. I'm keeping the queen side closed. But at the same time, if that knight on g3 could get to c4, white is almost strategically winning. But good luck. It takes too many moves. Knight f1, you have to move your bishop. Knight e3, knight c4. That's way too long of a trek.
Yeah, that's quite a long way to get there. I think that b4 by Kostya was definitely like one of those moves you don't have a lot of opportunities to play. So it's quite possible that playing b4 there was the only chance, and quickly stunted by Greg. b4 is just a thematic idea. And now everything changes a little bit. He's back over here with h3. The rook a7 move is just a rook move I'd like to get in there. But right now the problem is the b2 pawn is loose. Maybe he should have played b3 while he had the chance.
Yeah, somehow Greg turned this so quickly where now the b2 pawn hangs. You can just take that and you'll have this passed b pawn with a rook behind it. That's
Yeah.
more than you should be asking for in a position like this. And I think Kostya is in huge trouble. How can he survive this though? What kind of moves will he be playing? Trading queens seems like a necessity, but maybe knight f1 to trade queens on your own terms. And that way your knight finally gets to d2 and maybe even into c4.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised to see in this position like control over the c4 square being the determining factor, because we can see that the b pawn is stopped. Rook b1, there's no more pressure to add for black. But if that pawn starts joining c4, c3, it's game over. So when c4 happens, white needs to be able to capture that pawn or prevent it from ever happening. If the pawn gets to c3, I think it's just winning for black.
Yeah, that would be devastating. So right now, that's what it comes down to, because one extra pawn, that's great. And we see in the evaluation bar, it's a huge advantage for Greg with the black pieces. But one pawn may not be enough if white can set up that blockade that we've been discussing. So he goes queen a5, and I see the evaluation bar is jumping.
Bishop d4 is looking juicy.
Yeah, bishop d4 just wins because the bishop is pinned to the king. It's also under attack. The rook on c1 loses defender because of the pin there, and Greg finds it.
And the thing is, like, I guess when you're at the level that you're at, Robert, the evaluation bar simply swinging, like you don't need to know what the moves are, but it just swinging in one direction tells you, hey, you're no longer playing a game, you're doing puzzle rush, basically. This is a tactic, find it. And it's so much easier to find a tactic when the evaluation bar says, hey, there's a tactic here. You don't get any hints about what it is, but just, you're at that level, it makes it that much easier. And bishop d4, Greg is on the money with that one, and Kostya is going to take, but I think he's just dead lost here.
And Greg just has been showing a really classy play thus far, but it's an interesting mix of styles for me because Greg has been playing quite positionally, I would say, but he's finding the tactics when they come to him. So he's not forcing it. Some people force tactics, right? In that style of let me sacrifice pieces and go for checkmate. No, Greg is actually playing quite composed chess. He just happens to spot the tactics when they're available to him. And now look at this. I don't care about the rook on d7. I don't care about the rook on b6. I'm getting a second queen, and that's the game.
Yeah, and that's another sort of classy decision. He didn't want to allow like queen d6, queen takes d6, or queen b6, queen takes d6, where white gives up the bishop for the pawn or something like that. No, he's not leaving any room for that, and that's going to be the game.
Yes, it is, and we are going to get our halftime break here after that one, and Kostya Kavutskiy down 3-1. So my question for you, Aman, is, well, what does Kostya need to do to get back in this match and try to cut this deficit?
Well, I think that the first game of this match is sort of like a defensive clinic by Kostya and just a maneuvering clinic by Greg. He wanted that win, so he went for it. But apart from that, it's been such a level match. And then this was the first game where Greg really took the lead. So maybe the break is coming at the best time for Kostya. He can just regroup and say, look, the games have all been high quality so far. And it just comes down to those time scrambles and making the right decisions in the crunch.
Yeah, it's one or two misses that has Kostya in fighting back to try to take out Greg here. But Greg has been sharp, so we will take this break, and when we return, we will have the second half of this 5+1 segment of this I'm Not GM Speeches Championship match. and we return getting set for more 5 minute plus 1 second increment games. Aman, during the break there, I was just thinking from Kostya's psychological point of view here, it must be very difficult because the positions out of the opening have been going just fine, and yet you're down 2 points. So you have this internal struggle. Do I change my openings altogether, or do I keep going despite the fact that I'm down points? What would you do?
I would keep going at the moment. I don't think that I've seen anything, to the effect that we've seen in previous matches where, an opening almost gets refuted. We saw Roberto and Lawrence game one. Roberto Molina said, I was playing my main opening, Caro-Kann, and you pretty much refuted it. So I had to reevaluate my life. Basically, I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? So I don't think we've seen anything close to that. Kostya, the openings for Kostya seem fine. I think he can keep going into them. It's more that Greg is just being ultra solid right now, and the mistakes that Greg are making, they never seem game ending. He's not blundering entire things. Maybe he's making mistakes here and there, missing pieces, missing wins, but he's playing a really controlled match right now. And to be honest, you made a good point. He's taking chances when they come to him, and he's not giving up a lot of big chances for his opponents. So Kostya just needs to stick with what he's doing right now because, is Greg going to be able to keep this up the entire match? We'll have to see.
Yeah, and Kostya has been playing a number of different openings. We saw Champowski. We saw he was able to face off against a Grunfeld. So he is also switching it up. I don't know if he's found his footing. It is very early in the match, but I'm sure he's upset about that game too when he won a bishop for a couple pawns, and yet he couldn't put it away. So that's probably in the back of his mind thinking, that might cost me, but you have to kind of forget about that and just play the match ahead.
Yeah, and that's kind of an unfortunate game for him because you're not going to get a second chance at that. You know what I mean? You're not going to, hey, do you want to just blunder your piece? We'll try that again. Let me do it properly. No, you get one chance at prep like that. And again, we see this E4 knight C6.
I don't recommend this opening to most people, but Coach just seems comfortable in it. And speaking of comfortable, look at Greg with his hat on. He just came back on stream, put on a sideways cap, and he said, all right, we're here to play. Let's do this thing.
Yeah, Greg is coming in like the white guy that knows how to drop a few bars.
He looks like he's really ready for CrossFit. I mean, that's what I'm seeing here. And well, he put his queen on e2, bishop c4, knight c3. Everything is developed nicely. The center is protected. Black lacks space. So the bishop on g7 is the long-term promise of the position, and yet he doesn't have space for the rest of his pieces, in particular this bishop on c8.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Greg chose to change things up. I think he went with the rook last time, if I'm remembering, and then it was bishop f4, and there was this e5 question. Are we going to go for this move or not? And again, Kostya, he doesn't want to deal with that e5 move. So early on, he's saying, look, c takes d5. If you go e takes d5, I don't have to worry about e5 anymore.
Although now you have to worry about e7, right? Now you have this backward pawn on the e file. There's a queen there. A rook can come to e1. But of course, black can easily defend that pawn with rook to e8. So it's not like the pawn is going to be lost in the near future. It just remains a target. And on the other side of things, white's pawn on d5 is safe, but that bishop on c4 not looking like the most promising piece. There's no clear place for that bishop just yet.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit of a dance with the knight and the bishop. If the bishop's on b3, the knight might want to go to c5 and target it, and then the bishop is more comfortable on c4. Whereas if the knight's on b4, the bishop might want to be back on b3 where it defends c2 and d5. So we might see, a5 kind of speaks to that. We might see the knight for Kostya develop to a6 and then have a choice between c5 and b4.
I've always found these positions frustrating because I know if I flip on the engine, it will say, oh, white is just better. And then I look at the board, like, why am I that much better? Why is it, what does it say right now? Like 0.8 or something like that?
Yeah,
how is that possible? How am I almost one pawn better here? I don't even see a plan. So rook a to d1, that move makes sense. I don't even think about it, bring a rook to the center, but then what? So perhaps there could be a rook lift so you can get doubled rooks on the e file to go after the e7 pawn, maybe queen d2, rook e2, rook a to e1, something like that. But of course, black will not just sit there and let that attack happen. This knight on a6 can hop into the center, and bishop can come to d7 for black. It's just one of these frustrating positions for me.
Yeah, I see this position, and I actually see the same issue for black, is that white can just go like b3, And something like queen e3, bishop h6 is just a nice simple plan. We can start to reroute the pieces over there. The d4 square always in white's possession, and this pawn, if it ever moves forward, I'm snapping immediately, and I think I just have a better position. So I almost think of black's position like it has an expiry date. At some point, all the pieces are going to be developed, and it's like, wait a minute, what do you do as black here? You almost have to go for some sort of knight e4, but it seems a little artificial. So queen e3 and bishop h6 is what Greg is going for, and I feel like Kostya is hard pressed to find something to do.
Yeah, I have one move, and it's a one-trick idea. Rook c8, threatening knight takes a4. So please don't see that your bishop on c4 isn't well defended. But rook c8 makes sense regardless. I'm just saying that, all right, I see one idea here. I don't know what else I get, but okay, what does white do now? So I put my rook in c8. I'm threatening knight takes a4. Are you really going to retreat your bishop to f1, for example? That could just hand me over the c file. So the decisions for both feel a bit difficult. Wait, knight takes a4?
Well, yeah, it's the only tactic, and it's just really, really a shame because it's such a nice position for white, but it all falls apart after this because there's knight b6 to follow.
Yes, and that pawn is hanging, and Kostya better take. There he goes. He takes the pawn. So this
only
is
shot.
It's the second time today where I said, don't go knight d7 because of knight h2. And I said, wait, watch out for that bishop on c4. That's the one idea that black has. And it turns the game around completely. Now black has a huge advantage. It's not just one pawn. It's the freedom for the rest of the pieces. The knight can come to b6, attacks the bishop, attacks the pawn on d5. The knight can come to b2, where it forks the rook on d1 and the bishop on c4. The c file is black's for the taking. Yeah, this is turning around very quickly.
Yeah, the knight takes a4. It's actually some really bad memories for me. I lost the game in the Olympiad to a 1900 in the first round by this like exact tactic of knight takes a4 when I had a queen on d4 and there was a queen on b6. So this knight takes a4 move, it's such a shot. The position always looked completely untouchable, unassailable, and there's one move that just collapses the whole thing. So a rook a1, but what we're seeing right now is the position completely getting out of hand. D pawn is just hanging. It's amazing what one pawn way on the side of the board, Robert, can do to the entire position.
Changes the entire dynamic, and it must be annoying for Greg. I was just saying how frustrating I feel when I get these positions where I know my position is good, but I don't really see a plan. He goes for a plan. It's some good-looking moves, and then the next thing you know, he drops a pawn on the rook file, which seemingly was defended because there's a pawn on b3. That's a pawn chain. You don't expect a piece to capture a pawn when it's defended by another pawn, and yet here we are. Exactly. The second pawn is falling on d5. The rook on c8 is thriving, and I think Greg is, what does it say right now? I'm looking at the -3 plus. How is it that bad? But somehow it's, the whole game is collapsing.
Yeah, well, Greg is here to play, and no cap on that. Quite literally, he's taking it off. I mean, it was maybe throwing him off. It was kind of to the side. I felt like maybe he was losing his balance there. So he's taking the cap off. It's queen d3, and I mean the position is just falling apart. Let's see if the hat's gonna save him here. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yes, and well, taking on d5 feels pretty obvious, but I guess Kostya's trying to think which knight do I take with, because I could take with the b6 knight or I could take with the f6 knight, and he goes a4. He says, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to save that pawn, and d5 is not going anywhere.
That's crazy. Well, it looks like d5 is going somewhere. What if you move the knight from d4 to just protect that?
I guess there were like knight h5 tactics, so the rook on a1 would be under attack, something like that. So Kostya, he goes a4, and this is one of those moments where you can get a bit careless, and then all of a sudden white's position isn't that bad. Because now if you look at the pawn that's lost, bishop takes b3 here.
Yeah, bishop takes, yeah.
Where is black's extra pawn? Oh, it's that e7 pawn that can't move at all and actually is susceptible to being attacked. So I think that Kostya was a little too careful here. And sometimes when you try to play solidly, you're actually risking more than if you had just taken that pawn in the center and played tactically.
Absolutely, and we're going to see moves like rook a7, queen f3. Even if you lose the d pawn, queen f3 is great. It just hits d5, hits f7, coordinates with the bishop from b3. There's going to be a lot of counterplay here for Greg, and I know that it looks bad, but I honestly don't mind his position that much. I think it was as bad as almost -5, and it's getting closer to -1 now. So big advantage let slip by Kostya. He didn't react properly and take that pawn in the middle of the board.
And there are crazy tactics available to white if you're not careful. Knight e6, which traps the queen if you can't capture. And if you take with the f pawn, the g6 pawn is now loose. So bishop moves away. He just goes to h4. There could be a knight e6 tactic that you have to look out for.
I have a feeling we're going to be seeing that in the very near future. Knight e6, rook e6, just all sorts of moves. Just put a piece on e6 and say, take me, because after queen g6, all these pieces I'm highlighting from the e file and over are just not in position to help defend the king.
No, and they're bystanders right now. The d5 pawn can be captured, but I would not go and take that, because the bishop on b3, which is staring into its own pawn, suddenly it becomes a much more powerful piece. And I'll just point out that if you ever move this knight from f6, there's a bishop pin on the e7 pawn, so knight takes d6 could be a tactic. So there's a lot happening here, and Greg is ahead on time. So Kostya has spent a lot of time, and he's misstepped for a few moves now, and he's struggling to find an idea. He goes g5, but that's so risky.
Risky, but man, almost necessary. You can't play this move knight d5, as you pointed out. Knight d6 just comes in quick as a flash. But now it's like, what do we do? Queen f3, rook a7, c4.
Okay. You know what he's doing? He's just kicking the knight out of the center, and you're going to have a c5 tactic at some point. But Kostya takes the knight on b5. You take with a knight on b5, the a1 rook can at some point be captured. I would not go about taking that rook, though, because that bishop on g7 is really important to the king's defense.
This is the type of position where, as Greg, you're playing with a little more freely, free-flowing, because it's already gone bad. Like, hang on, c5 is next. There's queen g6 ideas. So careful here for Kostya.
Right. Okay, the queen's under attack. I was about to say c5 would be a great shot, but queen d2 still good, hitting the knight. h4 possible on the king side, and there Greg pre-moved it. He's at h4. This is actually very difficult for black. I would prefer white's position. Look at the clock. Look at the king safety.
Yep. Man. c5 is always in the position. Rook e1 or rook d1 here. I mean, you could even take that if you wanted, take on a8, but
if only the bishop on g3 could find its way to b2. You know, give me the long diagonal up here. Bishop c2, queen d3, queen h7. How do you stop this checkmate?
Oh my goodness, it's just almost by force. You got to play like e5 here or something ridiculous.
No, you can't get away with that. Just he's thinking, he's got no time remaining. And what happened in this game was Kostya. That can't help you too much.
Now e5. Okay, I would have just started with e5. Why give up the f pawn?
I think he cleared the 7th rank, hoping that if he gets one free turn, he'll go queen e7 or rook e7 and defend the king. But this looks like knight takes d6. Yeah, here it comes. Rook takes d6 to follow. Rook f6 check.
There's nothing to do.
Where's the mate?
Nothing to do. h6 can be taken. Knight f5 and then queen takes h6 is the answer, though. Yep.
Queen takes g5. Steal all the pawns. And then where's the? Oh, there's a discovery of the knight. Knight d6 check.
Yeah. There we go. Knight h6, knight d6, and it's going to be mate.
Yeah. And what I was going to say was that Kostya did eventually take a risk to win that d5 pawn, but he took the risk by opening up his king. So he could have just taken the d5 pawn initially, and maybe there were some tactics that he was afraid of, but what happened was clearly much worse.
Yeah, and Greg made an insane comeback. From losing that pawn, it looked like the position should fall apart, but that's why you stay in these games, because Greg has made his fair share of blunders in this match, and Kostya has actually capitalized on them at the time. I mean, we saw Greg blundering a piece already in this match. So Greg has blundered, and there are like minimum two games I can think of that should swing the other direction, but it's all about conversion, and Kostya's conversion has not been up to snuff. We've seen blunders from him right when he needs to be accurate in every game so far that he's been ahead.
Yeah, this match has been closer than the score indicates right now. However, it feels like Kostya, he's a little bit too deliberate in certain moments, and that allows Greg to take the upper hand. And we even saw that in the game when he lost to that Benoni structure, where he didn't go b4 himself. Then he went rook a2 and was just tied down to his pieces. And Greg had the free flow of the game and was able to maneuver well. So Greg, he thrives when his pieces have life. And right now, the queenside pieces not doing all that much yet. And White's position is better with the monster center and all the minor pieces developed. But watch out for a quick, take on d5, rook e8, knight d7, and if b5 can happen, that's the dream come true. But I think Kostya is doing the right thing thus far, just saying no activity for you. I'm just better.
Yeah, if you play c takes d5 there, you go into those same positions that he might be having flashbacks to, and he's like, yeah, you know what? I don't need to play those. They didn't go well for me last time. Don't think Greg's going to go for this, obviously, but sometimes, as crazy as it looks, rook takes e3 is an idea, just giving up the rook for the bishop and saying all those dark squares in the center are mine and around the king, especially with h3 played. But okay, he doesn't go for that. And I think we might see queen c7 here, because very dangerous move to play is knight e5, because if you take it, the d pawn takes, white gets that pass pawn in the middle.
And I like Greg being tactically alert with knight h5, bishop takes d6, there's queen b6, hitting the bishop, hitting the b2 pawn, and that b2 pawn is pretty essential when you look at that bishop on g7 as well. So a bishop h2, leave that pawn d6 for now, make sure you don't drop your b2 pawn, but your idea with knight e5 is a little stronger when the bishop defends it, and the knight is more active on h5 rather than f6. So bishop d2 back, I think we see what white's going for. Let's move our knight out the way, right? Let's get a discovered idea. And maybe you don't even have a good place to move the knight, but I think Greg made the right decision to drop his queen back home.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, queen c2 and a rook to the e file is the most logical continuation here. Knight e5 is going to happen. There's not much you can do about that. The knight on h5 looks like it's off to the side. It's not very good, but it forces this bishop on d2 to always keep an eye on f4. And he goes g4 to kick that knight back into the middle of the board. And the idea is to prevent knight e5 in the sense that you don't have your bishop coming out to take back. So g4 is a common idea, but Robert, it comes with its risks.
It certainly does, but black doesn't have that many pieces over there on the king side just yet. So you are in time to play like bishop f4, but look at that bishop on c8. That bishop becomes more powerful when white pushes the pawns forward, because if you ever play g5, for example, then the h3 pawn is under attack, and black can consider h5 right now. He instead plays knight e5, but the bishop on c8 is suddenly, without having moved, a strong piece.
And just my experience, and this might be wrong, but my experience playing against the but I would 1,000% play bishop g3 there, by the way. But my experience playing against the Benoni is anytime they have to play d takes e5, it's just bad for black. So I see this as a good thing for Kostya, but I'm not sure if Greg, viewed knight e5 as a concession, or if he's thinking active, like I'm gaining some space with e4, and now it's all about, breaking down this kingside formation.
The position is strategically winning for white if that pawn were on g2, and it's tactically maybe losing for white with the pawn on g4. And that's, I think, the baseline of this is, now c5 is captured, but what are you doing about your king? Hg4, h4, knight takes g4, sacrifice, queen g5 coming. This could just be a checkmate in a few moves.
Yeah, the bishop's going to come to e5, hitting h2, and it's really hard to stop that. I'm not liking this at all. There's a rook lift possible. Bishop takes c5, simply put, it looks greedy.
Yes. Although now that we're here, I'm looking at if knight g4, bishop takes g4, queen g5, maybe white can play this retreating move, bishop to e3, forcing the queen to take on g4 rather than the bishop. We get the queens off, and white's king is not safe even without the queens on the board. There still could be a checkmate on the light squares, but now have the c and d pawns as running passers, and that could keep black tied down.
Yeah, and the funny thing about that position is, if you take queen g5, bishop e3, after you take this bishop on g4, we might see black even give up the bishop on c3, plant the bishop on f3, and just bring a rook to the h file, and that's gonna be a checkmate looking to happen.
For sure. And I don't see any good looking move besides bishop e3. I'm not thrilled to just hand you the light squares, but I need the queens off. I cannot play this position with the queens on the board.
I think it's forced. If we don't see that, I think the game might just end. Trying to think of other moves. Knight takes e4 is like maybe a move with f3. I'm not liking it though.
No, maybe f3 right away because it's a pawn f3, queen f3, the f7 pawn's under attack. But I don't believe in that. I think white's king is less safe, and you can even trade queens there, and black's doing well.
Yeah, I think f3 or this bishop e3 move. F3 at least opens the position up, and there's no worry of like a bishop ending up on f3 and you getting mated. So I could definitely see f3 getting played, but bishop e3 was our first instinct, and that's going to be all captured. And now Kostya has to reckon with the idea, hey, bishop f3, bishop e5, king g7, rook h8. I know it sounds like a lot of moves, but that's my idea. Hey, it's up to you to stop it.
It happens sooner than you think. And actually, you can play rook to e5. Use that fifth rank to bring the rook in, and bishop f3 check. Where does that king think it's going? I don't know. Is it the idea like king to g3 and a bishop e5 check, bishop f4? The king survives for a little bit there, but it feels like a position where there should be some kind of checkmate. And that's not it, because knight can take on e4 now.
That's a
And
terrible
I
move.
think that the worst is behind Kostya if he takes an e4.
Has to. Like, if he doesn't notice that, he is himself to blame. But a huge move, and Greg is going to immediately realize that is a blunder. Knight takes e4 is just bishop b2, rook b1. I mean, you're in this game, and he needed to protect that pawn and put the bishop there. All those checkmate threats are out the window now. This is anyone's game, and I might even prefer white.
I prefer white, because if you take on b2, even if I give you my rook in the corner, we just saw how those dark squares can be very valuable. So bishop e2, a clever response there. If rook f to c1, which would be the natural move to defend the c4 pawn, there's bishop takes b2, hitting both rooks. And even there, I would consider giving up the exchange. I want your dark square bishop. So it's just trying to figure out the way to go. The e-file, a little unclear with the knight hanging on e4, but bishop takes c4 seems quite natural right now.
Yeah, so bishop c4, and then are we going to see rook d1? Because bishop d5, huge threat.
Right. And what white's idea is, if I can play rook d1 and bishop d4 and take over the dark squares, I would love that, but it feels a little slow. I mean, we're being too accommodating.
I'm not seeing it. Like rook d8 is an easy next move, and then bishop b3 to a4 to c6 if d6 feels like a natural response. So I'm looking at white's position like rook h1. I have to admit, I don't really get the move. Like, are we really gonna somehow get our bishop there and coordinate on h8?
So bishop g5. Well, you gave me the idea. Can I play bishop g5 and just go try to checkmate you over there?
Bishop g5, and if rook takes d5, knight f6 takes, bishop takes, rook takes d1. You know, you're not going to take back. You're going to go for that mate down there. So bishop g5 definitely looks like the move. This, unfortunately, yeah. So I think Greg is sort of on the same page as me, and Kostya needs to be on the same page as you with bishop g5.
And bishop g5 here, there may be bishop c6, pinning the knight, and well, that might lose an exchange, but it's very messy. So right now, Kostya down under 40 seconds left. The moves, I'm really looking at bishop g5 as the only option, and he does play it. So Greg has time to figure out the complications here. Does he play bishop c6? I don't think you can move your rook. If you move your rook, knight f6 check happens. The bishop will recapture if you take me there, and I'll mate you on h8. So I think you have to give up an exchange. You have to be comfortable with that. And so a move like bishop c6 comes to mind first and foremost.
Yeah, bishop c6 looked great. Bishop c6, let's say, takes on d8. There's a lot of ways to play, but it's possible that just rook takes d8 might be best, keeping the bishop pair. Because if you take on e4, f3, even if you're collecting more pawns, I don't really want to let white keep this pawn and play rook against bishop. I'd rather have two bishops against a rook and a knight.
That's right. And look at Greg plays bishop c6, and Kostya takes. So let's see if Greg takes back on d8, because bishop e4 check is so tempting. It's check. I can take another pawn. Let me do that. But the d pawn is more important. So rook takes d8 just to win the d6 pawn. I'm fully with you there, partner. And I think, look at Greg. He's finding these moments, and he's being really accurate in doing so. And he's playing for a win.
Oh, definitely. I think both players can win this position. But objectively, even rook takes d6, you're not that concerned about trading rooks here. Black has 4 pawns, white has 2 pawns. It's very difficult to win a chess game without pawns on the board. So loving the bishop pair here for Greg.
It's kind of funny. If bishop takes d6, there were like rook h8 check sacrifices and things like that. It's just getting fancy. But here we see that there's only 1 pawn on the queen side for white. And ideally, you'd play like knight d8 and try to trade off some pieces, but you don't have enough pawns to create a passed pawn, and black is holding steady.
And I guess we might see the king move. No, he's just going to miss g4. That's a bad miss. Oh, no.
No, that's an important pawn here. And after bishop f3, the king has to go the first rank. And how are you going to defend? Oh, you just lose material.
It's just all gone here. The bishop covers the squares. Look at these bishops. They're covering everything. They're covering everything. But this was something that I think we could all foresee here, because the bishop pair is so strong in the endgame. Black was definitely the one playing for the win, even though the engine might say, hey, I was in equal position.
And look at these 2 pawns go. F4. Okay, bishop e4, that's also good. You can't take this bishop. The 2 pawns will win. So king g3, king f6. You can give up one of your pawns. The second one will win you the game.
King e6 and go over here. Yes, be careful not to lose this pawn, but that's a free knight. Oh, okay.
Not as free as we thought. But knight e6 check, king to c3, knight to c5. If you lose this a pawn for free, then there are good chances to hold. But knight b7 will be captured this time around.
Will it? Oh, now he sees it. Okay, that's over. And Greg, he's just coming out ahead on all these little tactical skirmishes. He's somehow getting the upper hand in all of them. The 5-1 score, it seems like completely unreflective of how this match has gone. And Kostya just seems to be getting the short end of the stick every time.
That's true. And he's going back to this Steinitz defense, which I played growing up. Kostya was going with the Nimzovich with knight c6 on move 1, wasn't getting great positions, and we're back here. So Greg played a nice game in game 1, and Kostya played an amazing defensive game in that one, and he ended up losing by blundering his queen in time trouble. But right now we see the exact position we had earlier. The pawn e4 is safe. The d5 square is white's for the taking. Easy development for white. And now black needs to come up with a plan, because what happened in that first game was solid enough, but it wasn't really fun to play as black. So I'm even looking at a5. Maybe I'll play on the queen side first. Of course, knight d7, which he played to go to c5, makes sense. But in this one, he starts with a queenside push with b4 instead.
Right. And I think we need to see something more active, because, I mean, bishop takes d5 here. I feel like I just need to see something more. I'm not too familiar with this opening, but it looks kind of bad to me. Like, it just doesn't look fun to play. It looks too passive. And in speed chess match, Greg is going to take this position every single game. Are you kidding me? He's going to play this as white every time because he has a chance to win. And although it was a stellar defensive job by Kostya in game 1, you're not going to win a match by playing stellar defense, because it's not like he's playing defense and then in the meantime he's setting himself up for an attack. He can only lose that game if his defense falters. It's not like he really had winning chances.
Although from experience in this particular dynamic, now that the knights have been traded here, that black bishop's coming to f6, where it's stronger than white's dark square bishop. So what you want to do for Kostya in this game is, say, if e takes d5, you put your bishop back on d7, you play bishop f6, you start pushing your queenside pawns. Because what is white actually doing here? What is white trying to accomplish? It's not entirely clear. And maybe now a move like a3 for white makes sense, giving yourself at least something to target. But if you give black a couple moves, all of a sudden it's black's pieces that really thrive in this one.
Yeah, a3, and I think that is a nice touch here, because a5, and we get this almost similar structure after takes, where you play b3 as white, you play queen d3, and the pawns start to fix themselves on dark squares, which is kind of spelling maybe the wrong type of endgame that you're getting into.
Yes, and Greg keeps the tension. The sign of a good player is knowing when to keep the tension. Taking on b4 would have perhaps relieved black's position a bit. So he says, hey, you're going to have to deal with this threat on your b4 pawn. Are you going to take on a3? That leaves you an isolated a pawn, which you can push to a4 and potentially to safety while opening up the b file. So speaking of tension and when to leave it or keep it, I feel like right now it's a stylistic choice, but either taking on a3 or playing rook a to b, both are good moves.
Yeah, I think he wants to maintain this position where he's eventually going to play bishop f6, and he has that pawn on b4, which, after c3, you can take it, and the bishop becomes even stronger. So I think he's trying to maintain that position. We might see b3 here for white. We might see the rook go down to a7, which looks pretty reasonable. Yeah.
And the b4 pawn is an anchor for that bishop on f6, getting to c3. You'd like to play b3 as a response, but you can't do that when the bishop goes to c3. So I'm starting to really like Kostya's position. It's not like white is doing poorly. It just feels like black suddenly has all of his pieces doing good stuff. The rook on f8 can just slide right one square over to e8, put pressure on e4, and the bishop on f6. It's more powerful to me than that bishop on f4, and that's really the source of black's not advantage in an objective sense, but at least in terms of a practical sense.
Yep, and we see the first threat, which, if you play c3 or c4, I think that's what Greg's probably going to end up doing here. That covers the b pawn, but it also, you can't really fix this pawn as a potential weakness and get the same structure you had in game 1, where you had like his queen already on d3 and b3. That would be, and he really wants that, Robert. He's saying, look, I'll waste time playing rook b1. I want to play b3 and queen d3 as opposed to c3 and letting you take that.
That's right. And look at Kostya, easy move here. He's up a minute plus on the clock. You can play b3. You can do that move, but as soon as you play this pawn to b3, I still can think about bishop to c3 anyway. And not that it wins material, but it's a good square for my piece. And another idea I'm thinking about for black is maybe some kind of rook to b5. Just say, do you really want to take me on c6? That makes e4 look weak. And if you don't take me on c6, maybe I will take you on d5 and then quickly go after your pawn.
So this is kind of like ridiculous, but I just looked at something like bishop takes d6 at the right moment, queen takes d6, bishop f7, king takes, queen takes d6 with the pin. Just something that to keep in mind at some point if bishop d6 hits the right pieces, that could be something to look out for.
Wow, that would be an amazing tactic if you can make it work. So that's cool. I really like it when you spot things like this. The thing is, it may not work the next move or 5 moves from now, but in some game it might work. So just seeing that the rook on a7 is that powerful and
Right.
d6 is actually not that well defended, despite it looking protected by a pawn and a queen.
Yeah, and h3, just that calm move. You're talking about easy moves for Kostya, rook e8. Well, it's met with just an h3 move by white. It covers the g4 square. The king always has the escape route. Bishop takes d5, and there is actually a choice here for Greg.
Yes, because if you take with the pawn on d5, that makes sure that you don't have to worry about the pawn getting under attack, but it opens the e file for the rook. He instead takes with the queen, and there's that rook b5 move. I liked keeping the tension a move longer, right? I said rook to b5 to start with, but perhaps I was overlooking something in that position, which led him to play in this move order. But that rook can come to c5 if it wants to, put pressure on the c2 pawn. The queen can potentially go to c6 if white's queen drops back. The one thing is rook takes c7 now is an idea because the queen on d7 is protecting the pawn, but also the rook. So we'll have to work through those tactics.
Right, and after rook c5, the b pawn hangs, so does the pawn on c2. It gets real messy after that, but that's what Greg is counting on here, I think. He's going to grab that pawn.
I prefer to not have isolated pawns. So taking on b4, taking on c2, that b2 pawn is kind of a loner. The rook is very active on c2. There could be a bishop d4 idea in the near future for black. So I prefer black's position I have for a while now, and queen c6 hits both pawns at once. It goes queen e6 instead. But look at this. Black's pieces are all getting active. And if you have to make a move like f3, I don't think you're very happy about your position.
Yeah, f3. I mean, at least Greg is sort of familiar. He's thinking back to the game that he won, and he's like, okay, this is how I did it, right? These are the ingredients to that position. Trading these bishops, is that something he really wants to go for? Probably not, but refusing the trade is quite the decision here. Bishop e3 or bishop d2. I think positionally you want to refuse the trade, but with how aggressive black's pieces are in terms of placement, I'm not sure you can afford to.
And I'm not sure why Kostya wanted to trade the bishops anyway, but now after b3, just rook c3 and queen c5 check will win your rook. So you're dropping c2 at the very least, and that was a huge blunder by Greg. We said he hadn't made any tremendous blunders to this point. This is one of them.
Yeah, well, he's actually made a fair few of tremendous blunders, but although Kostya punishes them, and again, we see it, queen or b3, rook c3, we're going to see the punish by Kostya. He's going to win this pawn, but we got to see him convert. Once again, this is a chance for Kostya to get back in this match. If Greg somehow flips a rook endgame down a pawn into a win for him, that's just too much, and that keeps happening. So we have to see Kostya put this game away because he is going to win a pawn here at the minimum.
That's right. And I should say that, of course, he blundered the pawn on a4 in one game, and he blundered this knight h2 move to get bishop trapped. But this is the clearest advantage that Kostya has had. Other games had many more pieces remaining, some tactics available. Black is up a pawn in a two rooks endgame. And I would just play h6, then rook e6, and go and try to checkmate the king. c5.
C5 is so wrong. It's so wrong because you have back rank issues. It doesn't matter if you defend this. This pawn is falling. The white rooks are going to get active. They're going to be behind the pawns. And this is just Greg. I mean, I think he's going to easily draw this. Maybe even keep playing for more. Sometimes when you have one pass pawn and your rook's in front of it, you're actually the one that wants to take the draw because the white rook just sits behind. So I'm not a fan of that c5 move.
Nor am I. And rook c7 should be played. And after rook f8, you can play. Whoa, I don't like what he did here. Just go b3. Give up your c5 pawn to get your rook behind rather than in front of the pass pawn. So unfortunately for Greg, he didn't double his rooks on the 7th rank to create problems for the black king, where he can go e5, e6, and just break down the 7th rank. Instead, he goes for the pawn. And look at this. Kostya gives up the c5 pawn, rook to b8. Ooh. Now white is completely tied down. Black's king will start entering the position, and this has to be winning.
So I think you go to e5 and then back to try to collect. It's definitely 100% winning for black, but he's got to be sure. The idea is you want to push your pawn as far as it can go. White's going to have to go over there to collect it, and black is in the meantime going to collect all of white's kingside pawns. Greg's going to try to be stubborn here, say, look, you can't you can't get into position. I'm gonna keep blocking you, but I think Kostya has the technique.
And that was nice. King d7 to d6. You passed the move because if the king moved back for white, then the king would go to e5 for black. Now rook takes e4. And well, this is not so easy because only one extra pawn on the same side of the board. But the good news is white's king is so far away. So you need to rush your king in here if you're Kostya. I don't like rook to d4. But okay,
Yeah, he wants to cut the king off. But that's maybe rook e2, cut black's king. I don't like that. After black plays king e5, I'm much more confident for Kostya.
And that's what we were looking for from the beginning. Now this should be when king e4 and go after this g3 pawn, which is pretty easy to target. Now king e3, and then your next move will be rook g1, and there goes that pawn.
That should be it. Wow. Rook g4.
King f2.
Okay, and I think we're with a minute 14 seconds. I think we are going to see that win. Rook on g4 guards the g pawn guards the other two pawns. He's got that secure advantage, and Greg's of course going to play this on, but this is a win for Kostya. He's earned it.
Ooh, and that was close to spoiling it. As soon as he got the extra pawn, he almost lost his entire advantage, but it was tricky. And so Greg went for the material instead of the threats, like the mounting the pressure. And that happens to the best of us. Greg finally is fully punished for one of his blunders. And, Kostya is also up plenty of time. So he's done this pretty well at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I think just, G5, push the rook forward, king forward, that sort of pattern. And yeah, king h3, king g2, and then f or h pawn will run.
And I wonder if Kostya is nervous. I'm looking at him right now because he spoiled a bunch of wins to this point that you start thinking, am I ever going to be able to secure the victory? He is doing that. Pawn's going to f2, the rook goes to g1, and then your pawn promotes.
And at long last, I think we're going to see the conversion, king f4, and the reason he's moving away and getting the queen is that he doesn't want to even go to g2 and get pinned. Nice technique and a good endgame. Not the best. c5, I think, let the advantage slip, but these guys have been going back and forward. No one's playing perfectly, and the point is when he did have that decisive winning idea of pushing the pawn and getting the rook behind, he seized it and he got the win.
Yes, and what's interesting about this past game was Kostya went that move c5. He had an extra pawn, and then he went aggressive. Whereas if he just took his time, which he has been deliberate in many other games, and actually to a fault, but if he played h6 and then rook e6 and just made sure that everything was protected, he would have had a much smoother win in that game. So anyway, we're at this game here. It's getting sharp in the opening. Look at all this tension. The d4 pawn is under threat. That needs to stay put to protect the e5 pawn. d5 and c4 staring at each other. And Greg is saying, I'm just pushing my pawns. I don't want your pawn on d4 just yet. This is still relatively standard theory. But Aman, what do you know about this position? Because I've been on the black side and I have not enjoyed my time.
Yeah, the idea a lot of the time, and the reason that Greg's played a5 is because, what will often happen is after black takes on d4, white will leave the pawn there and say, look, all I want to do is defend my e pawn and put pressure on your king side and play b4. So after you take, I'll play b4, looking to play b5, kick your knight out. So that's why Greg started with the move a5. And the idea after this is white wants to play like bishop f4, knight g3, and he's not interested in taking that pawn back right away. So instead, he's going to leave the pieces blockading. Greg's played a5 to go knight c5. Normally when this happens, I think the computer kind of likes black because, hey, you're taking a free pawn in the middle. But most humans, when they see this line, it's really tough to defend properly on the king side with that e pawn.
And the dream would be to flip the position of the queen and the bishop to get a checkmate on the h7 square. But that's why Greg is playing in this manner. He's not giving Kostya all the time in the world to move the queen, move the bishop, and then line them up. No, he played knight c5. Now the bishop on d3 is under attack. This pawn on d4, it's going to remain on the board. And h3 was a good move because bishop g4 would have been quite frustrating to deal with. So instead, he plays h3. And Greg is playing really well, I'd say, that he's seizing the initiative. He's up a pawn, and his next move would be queen to b3 to trade queens off and say, no attack for you. Now my extra pawn will make its presence felt.
Yeah, I think in this position, Kostya maybe seems unfamiliar. I'm not sure. Like normally this is supposed to be good. You play rook a to d1 after queen b6. You slide your queen over to e2, play knight g3, knight h5, and just basically go to Sacktown on those kingside pawns.
And Kostya, he played rook b1 he was protecting the pawns in case of knight takes d3. But now that queen b3 has happened, offering the trade, all of your ideas, which are the theme of the position, knight g3, knight h5, and so on, he doesn't get it because the queens have to come off the board. As if your queen moves, you lose the bishop on d3 for free. So this is not what you want to see if you're a Kostya. You may just say, I need to deal with it, play rook b to d1, we'll trade queens and so on. But okay, he's still bringing his knight out to g3 just a little bit too late.
Don't like it. Knight h5 doesn't have the same poison. This knight f5, believe me, this is not over. But Greg has got to be super happy to trade those queens. You know, thematically, the reason I played rook d1 is not because rook d1 is special, is because I see queen b3 coming, and I will have to defend that bishop again so that it's not like a double attack with the queen and bishop. So I feel like if the queens are just on the board anywhere in this position, Greg is sweating. The fact that he got them off, we see a minute advantage on the clock. Greg is definitely comfortable, but that d pawn is still tough to defend. White's going to go like knight e2 or knight f5.
Yeah, and when you do this, right, the d pawn is a problem, and if you can win it, then the second d pawn is isolated, and that's not good for black. So he plays rook e to d1, and he's going to move his bishop out the way, and as you said, knight to e2 and all that. But it just feels like black still should be ahead.
Yeah, definitely does. Rook d1 prepares maybe bishop c2, hitting the knight, and also knight takes d4 coming in next. If black could get this light square bishop in exchange for returning the d pawn, that would be great, because this light square bishop at some point in this game is going to be really, really dangerous. White's pieces are basically all huddled up on the king side. There's not a lot of action going on over there. There's no f4, f5, because all the pieces are in the way. You can't mobilize that pawn majority that you have on the king side.
And if you could somehow play f2 to f5, you might just be crashing through so quickly, but it takes way too much time. And this e5 pawn needs to be defended. So Greg is spending his time right now. He's trying to figure out how to precisely push forward here. g5 is a consideration because that bishop has nowhere to go without the knight being able to capture it. And he does play g5. And the problem with playing g5 is the f5 square is permanently white's for the taking. But I like this move because it's just saying, I'm fighting you off here. The e5 pawn is weak, and maybe he'll even play pawn f5 now, just pushing everything through. Wow. If you take en passant, there's bishop takes f6 or just rook takes f6, whichever one, and now black's pieces are free at last.
Yeah, and the thing about f5 that's interesting is if white takes and black takes back, you could almost harbor some hopes that, hey, those pawns are doubled and isolated. I win one, I might win the other in an endgame. I thought black was also maybe going to consider the crazy move g4, like, it takes, bishop takes, you take that knight, then e5 falls. Kind of a similar idea, but very weakening to the king side.
That's true. And look at Kostya go. Bishop b5, trying to get that knight on c6 off the board. But do you really want to take on c6? I think you're not opposed because of how quickly you take on d4. You bring a rook to c1. You get a knight to f5. So I would probably take on c6 right now. But perhaps Kostya is just weighing the consequences of giving up the bishop pair.
Yeah, if you're taking it, Robert, you're not doing it with a smile on your face. Bishop takes c6. It's not really what he wants to do, but evening up the material and starting to make some future threats like, hey, getting that knight into the f5 square hits the h6 pawn. I think once you see those ideas, you might just pull the trigger on that move because you have to do something as white. And these knights over here are not doing anything at the moment. We do see bishop takes c6.
And that's the right decision by Kostya. I wish he had played it for his sake a little more quickly. He spent 30 seconds on it. And that's the difference on the clock right now. And Greg very quickly responds with knight to d7, noting that the e5 pawn is not protected well, but the f5 square can immediately be occupied by one of these knights. Which knight do I put in there? I would prefer
hard to say.
I would prefer this knight, of course, but then I'm worried about a c5 in the near future that removes the guard of this knight in f5. But then I guess you can't take on e6. But this is now very tense. I think the e5 pawn is quite weak, and I like Greg's position here. I really do. But Kostya has at least improved on his situation compared to when he was down the pawn.
He definitely has. I might have used the other knight. My plan is I want to go f4 to support that pawn and also try to crack things open on the king side. That's where Greg's position is the weakest. If that pawn was on g7, there's actually not a lot of moves that white can do aggressively. So I'm liking f4, guarding the pawn, going aggressive, but then I, of course, need the other knight in there to avoid c5. So because he chose this knight, you address the c5 move. That's why he played b4 to try to stop that.
And he's giving up the e5 pawn, but going forward with your plan, knight 65, there's f4 immediately. I sacrifice a pawn, or maybe I just lost it, but I'm trying to crack open the king side. And even though the queens are off the board, don't be surprised if that king on g8 gets into some trouble. So it's safe, at least it looks safe, but there could be opportunities against it. But Greg says, let me liquidate here. Let's trade off my bishop for your knight. I steal your pawn in the center, and black is up a pawn. So white needs to prove the compensation. Otherwise, you're facing a material deficit.
Yeah, and maybe f4 was the right move there to open up the position. I feel like black's king, if it makes it to g6 in this endgame, could be very, very sturdy there. This is also going to be the last game of the 5-minute portion. So there's going to be, some lasting memories for these guys going into the break of whoever wins this game. It could be Kostya coming in with 2 games in a row to end this off, and suddenly he's right back in the match.
And he's right back in this game as well, where he has still down a pawn, but if the rook takes d5, that b5 pawn is under attack. Now, if knight c4, do not take with your d rook, because the knight would have gone. The knight would go to a3 right here, forking those pieces. But Greg, sensing the danger of his king, brings his knight back to g6. And I do want to reiterate that it may look completely equal. We only have 3 pawns. We both have the same minor pieces and rooks. No, that king on g8 could really get in trouble. So Kostya is down on the clock, but I would prefer to have his position all of a sudden. But look at Greg putting his rooks in the e5. Let's trade off some pieces. Rook e1 check. I don't think he'd mind. The king for black is still in harm's way potentially, but there are fewer pieces to attack with for white.
Yeah, and although this diagonal looks tempting, I wouldn't be surprised if a setup with that bishop on e3 would be preferable. And then you sort of put that pawn on g4. The bishop covers the f4 square from the knight. It looks nice on this diagonal, but I'm not sure that it's correct.
Wow, and I didn't like Greg's decision to push the pawns because of this. And I thought that Kostya should have left the pawn on h4, try to win the g pawn. Instead, he plays it in this move where bishop h4, rook e5.
Rook e5, isn't that just a simple tactic?
Oh, that's
just heartbreaking going into the intermission here.
Yeah, that's just not good. And Kostya, in these moments here, like he was pressing a little bit, and then he made 2 incorrect decisions in a row. First, to take on h4 with the pawn, and then, of course, taking with the bishop just drops a piece.
Yeah, and you just can't go for these type of situations. Kostya has got that despondent face, like he knows he just let that slide. That pawn on h4, it looked like it was going to be weak for a while. So you could just build up to taking that.
Yes, and he's still hoping to draw this game because there's only 1 pawn remaining for black. So if the f pawns get traded, then this game should be a draw. But Greg is, of course, aware of this. He's going to try to team up on this h4 pawn, bring his king up the board, and try to make progress. But where is that progress? If white just puts the king on h3 and shuffles the rook around, what's the winning strategy for black?
Well, there's one question, which is like bishop f6, bishop e5. If you can force the bishops off the board, it might make your job harder because it connects those pawns, but it might simply make your job easier in the sense that trading pieces, gets things more clarified.
And Greg first puts his rook on b3, so the bishop trade could have been played. Instead, he goes like this. And what if king h6, king h5? Can I use my king as a weapon? It's the end game. Seems like a reasonable plan. So I would play this, and there he goes.
And you probably need to see like the rook swing way over to c4 and maybe down to c7, make some threats of his own.
Okay, rook c6, rook takes
f3,
king g2, rook f5. You can escape with your rook.
Yep, and that's not going to be good. I think you can just take that.
And Greg does. Now rook f1, right? You just cannot afford to. Okay, wait, there's some tricks here. There's some tricks like a bishop h4, the rook's under attack. So you have a tempo. Oh no, rook takes f4.
Take that,
Yeah.
And even if you didn't have an f7 pawn, this would still be winning.
Right. And Greg knows how to win with a knight and bishop against a king.
Yep. And oh man, 6-2, Robert, going into the break. I can count every single game. It's like, if it's memorable to me, believe that Kostya is thinking about it as well. I can count all the times that he's had that upper hand and just let the advantage slip away. It's not like Greg's been playing perfect chess. He's made his fair share of mistakes. Kostya has capitalized on them initially, but hasn't converted all of them. And that's why we see the score differential.
Yeah, and I will say that Greg is playing great chess, and it feels right that he's in the lead, but it feels
Yeah.
more like a 5-3 match than a 6-2 match. But Greg, he's finding the tactics when they're available. He is when he gets his chances. You know, he saw Rook E5 so quickly to in this last game here to net himself a piece. So Greg, he's in good shape, but Kostya has plenty of time to come back, and we will be back soon with the 3+1 time portion of this Greg Shahade Kostya Kavutskiy match. Stay tuned, everybody. And as we return, we want to remind everybody that PogChamps 3 is coming your way soon. So many of the most popular Twitch streamers, other celebrities, including Rainn Wilson, better known as Dwight Schrute. You have Logic, a two-time Grammy-nominated rapper, and many more participants in this field. And Aman, I've been impressed with how much these players have been studying, how much they've been streaming chess, playing, and there's been a lot of improvement. And I also have seen you with some streamers for the Smashers Gambit tournament and helping Mango and others prepare.
Yeah, there's PogChamps. We had the tournament that Botez Live hosted, Block Champs. So there's just so many different communities that are crossing over into chess, and so many different tournaments being hosted for those. So we have some, different categories that have specific events. And the thing about PogChamps is just sort of a general thing. They have people from all different variety of games, and even people outside Twitch that are coming together and playing chess. So it's just nice to see people playing chess from so many different categories around the world that maybe never played chess before in their lives, and we get to see them exhibit that in PogChamps 3.
I'm laughing not at what you were saying, but because we have Greg Shahade in the background. I know. Look at him.
I was trying to maintain my face the whole time.
You did a great job. I just saw it and I couldn't help but laugh because this guy's wearing sunglasses. It's probably snowy outside and he's got the cap on, but that cap flew off very quickly when he was in trouble in the game. So what do you think, Aman? Is Greg, is he feeling it? Is he super confident right now, or should he take it down a notch because Kostya has been playing well in plenty of the moments as well?
Well, Kostya has been playing better when Greg has come out with his shenanigans, let's call them. So I think we might see this game maybe take a turn for the worse for Greg midway, and then Greg decides to take the glasses off because he can barely see the board, and then it could trend in Greg's favor. So this is like almost like developing theory with the outfits that Greg chooses to wear for these matches.
Yeah, he kind of looks to me like a former baseball player. He's probably chewing, some bubble gum here, just trying to say, "Oh, I'm tough here." But right now in this game here, I just hear like a million times. I realized that I shouldn't even bring attention to it, but here we go. So anyway, A3 played, H5 by Kostya. When there's a fianchetto, you often want to push this rook pawn to create an attack. And on the other side of things, Greg is trying to play for B4 to break that flank open.
And B4 is the type of move I was about to mention. You don't need to prepare further than this. After B4, you lose a pawn, but bishop A3, knight B5, fantastic compensation.
That's right. And so the pawn doesn't need to be defended. Rook to B1 does make sense, as that file will open up. And how do you protect B7? You have to tie a more valuable piece to that pawn because B6 could lose an exchange in the diagonal, though sometimes you sacrifice that to get a kingside attack.
Yeah, we might see a move like queen D7, guarding the pawn and maybe intending bishop H3. It's super common when you have that fianchetto bishop that, hey, your number one goal is get rid of that piece. So queen D7, bishop H3 seems logical. You can always play rook B8. And because the knight's on E7, I think B6 in general makes more sense. Of course, that's if the pawns take. But queen B3 played instead of rook B1 to support that going forward.
And now B6 makes plenty of sense because B5 can be met by knight A5 with tempo against the queen. You don't even have to lose your rook in the corner for the bishop. And that's something you may voluntarily do, but it's not necessary. So queen D7, your idea, bishop H3, of course, on the docket. And for white, how do you break open this position? Because if the queen side were to remain closed, or if black isn't losing on the queen side, then black is probably going to go ahead and win on the king side.
That's what it's looking like. Rook B8 doesn't seem like a crazy move to start off with. Rook B8 or B6, both ideas. Bishop H3. If you start with that, I'm a little concerned maybe about the position falling apart on the queen side. But the nice thing about Bishop B2 is it actually sets up Rook B8 for Kostya as a defensive mechanism.
That's true. And he plays Rook D8 instead, anticipating the eventual B takes C5 and saying, hey, open up that D file, your pawn D3 is weak. So B6 isn't to take on C5 with the B pawn. It's just to reinforce that square to make it very well protected. And now white is struggling to come up with ideas. I would move my rook from F1. I do not want to trade bishops on H3 or G2.
Yeah, and the thing is, I was going to say B5 can happen. You have to make a decision where to put your knight. Knight B8, knight D7 just doesn't look like you're going anywhere fast. So knight A5 is going to be the move.
And can black play bishop h3. And now I'm not even thinking necessarily about the attack. I'm thinking about playing d5 for black, just to break the board open. And if I am playing this from Greg's perspective, I might even consider e4. The problem with e4 is that f5 comes, and now the position can open up once again. So some difficult decisions here, but I think d5 comes at the right time for black.
Well, it so happened, of course, the position doesn't look good for Greg, and the shades are off. I mean, I what can I say? I know the theory of Greg's outfits and how quickly they come off, just as quickly as they get put on. So the shades are off, and we'll see if he starts to improve his position now that that's happened.
And when we get to the interviews after the match, I cannot wait to ask Kostya if he even noticed it, or if he's been so focused on the chess that Greg could be jumping up and down and screaming and whatever, and he wouldn't notice. So this position, though, looks great for black. Just take on c4 and then play queen e6. And aren't you just winning the c4 pawn?
Short answer, yes, I think. I can't think of like a good way to do things, but Greg's chances might lie in all these light square pawns. Even though he's down a pawn, maybe something like e4 and light square domination is his only chance maybe in an endgame.
Right. And Greg laughed about something. Don't know what that something was, but it's him on the clock.
I think he's probably saying out loud something like, he's wondering if that's his connection, is that general connection. It's looking like Greg is not connected. It's looking like I'm not connected. Look, we're connected here on the broadcast, but I'm losing connection to Chess.com. But we're still here live. But I think what's going to happen is, they're going to determine what's going on. But it could be just that everyone got booted for a sec.
Yeah, seems like that's the case, and hopefully the server can reboot real quick and the games can continue, because this is just, when you're in the zone, it's distracting to suddenly have to adjust to, hey, we have a little break. And when you have a break, the position's still on the board, you're still wanting to play. And for Kostya, this is a great chance to cut the lead. And his position with black looks really nice. And I think he wants to continue this as soon as possible.
Yeah, as soon as possible is a great way to put it. Sometimes you everything is flowing. There's basically a hanging pawn on the board that Greg just made the move rook d1. So Kostya's just like, hey, can I get that board back? I'm looking to take that free pawn. Don't want it to get away from me.
For sure. And while we have a moment, let's remind everybody about the great upcoming event. It is the FIDE Online World Corporate Chess Championship. Many of the biggest and best companies around the world will take part. I wonder which teams will be kind of hiring those free agents, these grandmasters who can join the team, because each company can get one player over 2,500. So Aman, has anybody reached out to you? Are you low-key playing in this event?
Well, the nice thing about me is that I'm not actually available. As an under 2,500 player, Robert, I require no salary. I'm just, I can go on a 2-day contract. Google, let me know if you need any behind the scenes tech work done. I can look at a little bit of code and play a little bit of chess. So just let me know. I'll be pretty available over the weekend in February.
That would be pretty awesome just to see you lined up there. And there's people from some smaller, say, company, and they're like, oh, great, I'll have some fun matches. And then all of a sudden they're faced off against Aman Hamilton. Grandmaster, you told me this was a fun weekend, not a stressful one.
Yeah. It's like part of the team building in some of these companies to just get a little bit of chess in. But I think it's going to be a fun event.
Oh, it certainly will be. And there's so many people out there who love chess. They're lifelong players or learners, and they're very busy at work. And this is a nice little work excursion where you can say, hey, I'm the office champion. I'm the best player here. And then you go toe to toe with players from all around the globe. It should be a lot of fun.
Yep. I think if we're feeling frisky, the Chess Bros might put myself, Eric, Robin, and really just stack the roster. Maybe sign Hikaru to a 1-day contract and take home first place. I hope there's some prize money at stake. Chess Bros Inc. might be looking to get involved.
For sure. Well, we're going to take a quick break while we make sure that the players get back and get set, and we'll be right back. You will not want to miss this blitz match right now between Kostya Kavutskiy and Greg Shahade. And we are back. Sorry about the inconvenience, folks, but we are ready for more chess. It's been a great matchup between Greg Shahade and Kostya Kavutskiy. Aman, that can be a bit of a distraction to lose your focus, but who do you think that will impact more?
I think when you're in a good position, it never really seems to bother you as much. It can be a little frustrating for sure, but when you're in a good position, I guess you always have in the back of your head that, hey, I have that good position to come back to. You know what I mean? It's not going away. The plan is to restart the game from that position. So the players will get to resume from the same position that they had on the board with the same clock times.
And we should mention that players are on camera where we can see them. They're also their background and all the room is on camera. So there are fair play measures. The players weren't sitting there putting an engine on, looking at it. They're screen sharing and all that good stuff. So the players trust each other. They're not going to do anything untoward, but it's worth mentioning that that was not happening. And they're just starting as if they never left the board.
Exactly. Yeah. And what we see from the position on the board is that Kostya's last move was queen to b7. So that should be the position that we resume at here. Kostya versus Greg, and after queen b7, and well, he did that instead of taking that pawn on c4. So we'll have to see. One thing that plays into this, Robert, is although the players can't use an engine, they can use their eyes. You know what I mean? They can look at the position and definitely do some calculations just staring at it. There's nothing against just sitting there using your brain to calculate.
That's right. And well, the last one, queen to b7, I think we know what the deal is. There's a king on g2, a queen on b7. You probably don't want to allow that pawn to move with check. So we'll see how Greg responds here. Maybe he'll take it. But Greg, he's hopefully regains his focus. I don't want to see any more sunglasses. I don't want to see the next item come just yet because Kostya's in a good position in this game.
Yeah, it kind of looks like one of those father versus son things. I'm just reading the chat here, like the buff workout dad, and the son is just like looking for a few chess games, and well, you gotta take out your dad first. But this is gonna be an exciting match to get back to. I know that the break is throwing people off, but we're gonna come back with the same position, same times, and hopefully it doesn't affect the players too much. And we're going to get back into this match. 6-2 is still the score.
That's indeed the case. And Greg, Kostya, I guess they're being spoken to. They'll know when the match gets back. I'm waiting for the action. And as I look at the position, I don't remember how much time Greg had, so that's going to have to be adjusted too. And for Kostya, he has a good position. This needs to be the time for him to strike because it's enough of having good positions and throwing the advantage away. Even if it's not that much better for Black, the look, the feel of the position seems to be in Black's favor.
Right. No, this is definitely a good position for Kostya. We've said that before. Make sure we give the appropriate and due respect to Greg for despite a few mishaps here and there, overall, he's played the more solid chess. And we can say that Greg's been blundering and Kostya's had the advantage, but Kostya always blunders right back and often in a worse way that Greg pounces on immediately. So Greg has been just as sharp with the tactics, and that's why he has the lead in this match. He's just been sharper and more clutch when it matters.
And let's just remind everybody, while we still are waiting for the games to resume, that Arena Kings is in full swing. It started on in January, and we're still going Mondays and Fridays. You see the times there. It's 5 p.m. Pacific on Mondays, and it's noon Pacific on Fridays. So the next one will be just a couple of days from now. And if you want some coaching, some personalized coaching at that, get it with Dr. Wolf. It's free on iOS. You can just download it. Enjoy the bearded, profound Dr. Wolf. I mean, it's always a good time with Dr. Wolf. And of course, if you're on the go, you can't stick around on your computer, you got somewhere to be, maybe getting some groceries, download the app, play chess on the go. You're walking, you should look out where you're going, but you might want to play a little bit of chess with your friends too.
I can't tell you how many people I know, like friends that actually have never really played on Chess.com on the web. Like I know so many people that the app is so smooth. They're just always and only playing on the app that you give them a keyboard, mouse, and computer setup, and they drop like 300 points. But you give them that small phone screen and they're finger swiping, and suddenly they're 2,500.
True. That's I honestly my highest ratings on Chess.com were by playing on the app, so I have fond memories of that too. But in the meantime, we want to apologize once again. We are going to have to take a short break. We're going to try to make sure that we get things back and running as soon as possible. Please bear with us. We want this match to resume just as much as you do. Stay tuned. We should be back soon. And as we get set to get the games back underway, we apologize for the inconvenience. But in the interim, please enjoy this video made by James Canty of Alireza Firouzja versus Fabiano Caruana.
Hey chess friends, National Master James Canty III here with Chess.com, and today we have Game of the Day with Tata Steel Chess 2021. With the white pieces we have Alireza Firouzja, and with the black pieces we have Fabiano Caruana. Knight takes G2 was there many times, guys, many times. But knight F3 here, rook A to E8. Very slow game now, very slow, and black's trying to do the best that he can here with the attacking chances that he has. I mean, look at black's pieces and look at white's pieces. White's doing quite fine, but I think black's a lot better here. Rook A to D1, we finally centralize everything, and here we go. Rook takes C1, we're going to make some trades here, and black is definitely the one pushing for something strong, but white's doing a great job of defending. Knight D4, rook to D8, of course, putting some pressure on the file, defending his bishop too because it was kind of weak, and then rook E4 from Alireza. This is about to get wild if it hasn't already. Rook E4, queen G6 here, putting some pressure on the file with a smile here, and here we go from Alireza. There's bishop takes D5, knight takes D5, and now this move right here. Knight G to F5. Strong move. Very strong. Looks like it drops a piece, right? But it doesn't. Just showing that. Ouch. That's a queen. That's mean. You know, that's over there. So Knight G to F5. Strong move. Alireza thrives in tactics. He loves tactical positions. And he's making things complicated with Rook G4 being a move. Queen F6, he steps out of the way. Rook G4 anyway, defending the knight. And now threatening Rook takes G7. Now, Fabiano actually played G6 here because he didn't like how this looked. But actually, you could play King H8 here and daring white to take. Now, if you take with the knight, we're going to take the rook. So Rook takes G7, and then that actually loses to C5 because the knight's hanging. Look at this crazy position. So you would think because you have this X right here, you could play Rook H7, King takes H7, Knight E7. I mean, wild line, guys. This was not a quiet game at all. This is King H8, Knight takes D5, Bishop takes A4, hitting the queen. The knight's hanging here. I mean, amazing chess today. This has to be one of the greatest games that could have happened of the year. Rook takes D5 here, and we're doing fine. But there's also another line. What if he takes the queen? Then we take our queen. He takes mine. I take his. And then we're done here. Just didn't happen. So actually, Fabiano played G6 in this position, allowing white to get some type of counterplay. So after G6, there's knight takes H6, King F8, Rook to E4, Knight F4 here. And actually, let's go back a little bit. Rook E4, he's just getting out of the way. The pieces look kind of crazy. My rook was hanging. So he moves Knight F4 here. And we're going to see a few more moves after Knight to G4. Bishop takes, H takes, and King G7. King G7 wasn't the best because it allowed white to have immediate counterplay. Actually, Rook E8 was better just going to an endgame, where, of course, there's double pawns for white. So there's King G7. Bishop takes F4. Bishop takes F4. And here we go. Knight F5, and we live. Finally some counterplay, something we can do greater for this position. So let's see what happens. There's G takes F5, Rook takes F4, hitting the F5 pawn. Queen to G5, hitting G4. Let's take a look at what happens on Queen takes F5. That's not a move. Okay, check. King H2, start a new game, right? That's just mate, and we great. I mean, absolutely bad for you guys. So G takes F5, Rook takes F4, Queen to G5. There's Rook takes F5 now from Alireza. And then Queen takes G4 from Fabiano, threatening Rook D1 check. Beautiful move from Alireza defending with Rook F3, threatening Rook to G3. So there's Queen H5 from Fabi stepping right out of the way. And then there's C4 from Alireza. C4 being just an advancing move, trying to figure out what's going on. They're also in time trouble as well. So after C4, there's the Rook to D4 move, which is pretty awesome. Just kind of attacking and keeping it active as quickly as possible. And then there's Queen to C3 from Alireza. And look at this cool move. Actually, this is attacked. And it's pinned. So he plays Queen E5, but also setting up a deadly threat. So if something like Rook E3 happens, Rook D1. Oh my goodness. You can't move your king. You have to block with one of these, and this is already over. So that kind of sucks there. So you actually can't do that. So after Queen E5, there's actually Rook D3 says, hey man, let's just get all this off the board. Let's just get it off the board. He plays C5. If we're going to get it off the board, we're going to do it my way. Says Fabi, Rook to G3 check, King F8, and then here we go. Captures on A5. So now Alireza is now up a pawn. Rook D1 check, King H2 looks pretty scary for black, but actually we can defend, or for white, actually we can defend everything. There's a check, Rook H3, Queen E5 check, and G3. Great move here, okay? G3 just defending and going for more. I'm up a pawn. I'm trying to go for a little bit more here. Queen F5 from Fabiano, threatening F2. Pretty scary threats in some cases. King G2, Queen E4. You can be mated. You actually are mated. Like, you can't do that. So he plays Queen A8 check. Now if King to G7, you're mated. Let's put that on the screen. Check. Queen h6, ouch. So he has to go king e7, that's forced. And now we capture a second pawn here. So now Fabiano is currently down 2 pawns here, but it's not over yet. Rook to d7, and then queen h1. What? Who would make such a move? Queen h1. Well, what he's saying is, well, if queen h1 here, I'm actually just going to let you capture your pawn. And this actually was a deterrent to rook d2, because if queen g2, now there's rook d2, which is quite annoying. I mean, and this might be even just a perpetual back and forth, but this is not what he wanted. He actually chose queen h1, giving a pawn back to go into an endgame that he's up a pawn. If rook d2 happens, sneaky little threat setting up, queen e1 check, ouch. Thank you, appreciate it, have a good day, right? Queen e1 check, that's not a move. So queen h1, after queen takes f2 check, there's queen to g2, defending everything. And of course, this is the line that happened here. Fabiano could have captured first and played rook d2, but he actually just chose rook d2 first, keeping the king on h2 actually. Smarter move because the king would be a little bit more active. So queen takes, rook takes, king to g1. We have a captures on b2. Now they say all rooking games are drawn. Fabiano is now down a pawn here. This should be an easy draw here, especially with these pawns not being connected. The rook not as active. This is going to be easy, clockwork. Rook h5. And then rook to a2, attacking the a4 pawn. We take on c5. He takes on a4. There's king to g2, king d6, guys. Pretty easy stuff. This pawn's going to be attacked here. These pawns are going to offset each other. So, I mean, this is the only thing we're working on. The best defense against these type of pawns and offense is always being behind it. So after rook d5, there's king e6, rook d4, king e5, rook f4, f5, of course, pushing forward. We're not allowing you to press forward as well. King h3, and then after rook a3, they agreed to a draw here, as the next defense for black is going to be behind the pawn here and even shuffling in some manner, but many ways to draw here, even sometimes shuffling the king in the right moments. But they agreed to a draw here, guys. What a wild game today that ended in a draw, so maybe a quiet game after all. But of course, this was today's game of the day. I'm National Master James Canty III here with Chess.com. I hope you enjoyed the video. Leave comments under the video, guys, and we will see you on the next one.
And d5, we live. What's up, Amon? We're back. The pawn on d5, the pawn on c4. We're back here. It's been a while, but everything is settled. So what's the deal? Tell me what's up.
What's the deal? Well, I mean, I'm just glad we were able to get a hold of a Canty video during that break, because while we are waiting for the Chess.com server restart and to get back into this match, we hope, fingers crossed that we're able to do so right now. We know the players have been on break, but what a great intermission to have Canty there breaking down some of the highest level games that have just happened recently in the Tata Steel tournament.
Yes, and we're about to get this game back going, and I'm excited for it because Kostya has good chances. He's down 4 points in this match, but his play has been pretty good for the most part, and we see it looks like the game is getting back set here. And
they're just going to set the times, I think. That's what, or unless they're just calling it a 3-minute game. But yeah, there we go. I think they're just setting the times as we speak. So it looks like it was 1 minute, 50 seconds to 50 seconds for Greg. And the valuation around equal there. So, all right, we're back into it. If you still remember this game, Robert.
I'm trying to remember it. And now I'm putting my thinking cap on. We see the rooks on the D and E files for Kostya. That looks nice and sturdy here. Knight C3 hits the queen. Would you play queen B3 to trade the queens, or do you think black's better off keeping them on the board?
I like keeping on the board, and I'm actually a big fan of the move chosen, just because it maybe tickles the idea of queen H3. Now, the one thing to think about is that knight, unless you get a C4 move and then it gets back into the game, I am a little concerned about that knight long term. So I would be interested in maybe recycling it, but Kostya is looking to double the rooks first.
Yeah, I guess if bishop c3, which seems to try to grab that knight on a5, you can play knight back to b7. But we don't typically love our knights on b7. However, here it can go to the d6 square and so on and challenge this great knight on e4.
Mm-hmm. And bishop g5 takes control of maybe the g5 square. Also watches this pawn. If white ever tries something like d4, pawn takes, you can't take back with the pawn because the rook is loose. But also makes me think on that long diagonal, bishop and knight coordinating on the f6 square.
That's right. And so there's maybe some tactical possibilities for white, but there are some positional deficiencies. His pawn on d3 is a target. Look at black's rooks, very active on the same line as the white rooks. Knight b3 right now might just actually win material because you kick one rook out and then you play e4. Knight b3 is still available to Kostya. Will he find it?
Yeah, knight b3 and then just e4 is potentially there. c4 is always looming, but that knight b3 move needs to come in there.
Yeah, you just want to see it. There it is, knight to b3. Those rooks on the d5. Black's rooks are active, aggressors. White's rooks are passive, and here is e4, trying to take this pawn on d3, and you can't take on e4 because your rook on d1 is no longer defended.
Yeah, this is crushing. Greg plays d4 because he just has to. E takes d3 was a crushing threat. And well, he's just losing a pawn here, if not much more. You got to take on d4, maybe with the bishop, threatening bishop takes f2.
Yeah, I like bishop takes d4. I'm wondering if this knight on b3 is a bit loose, but for the moment, I don't see any way for white to take advantage of it, right? Rook takes e4. There is that bishop f2 move that you spoke about. So instead, Kostya plays f5. This has been his style throughout the match, is instead of just taking things right away, he often sets it up as best as he can. And his position is great. He has a bishop and an extra pawn, but these pawns are all on light squares. So I could see this knight causing some problems for black.
Yeah, I think we might see bishop f8 to c5. Looks like a great rerouting. c5 also hits the tender f2 square, and it blocks the c file.
That's true. Oh, that's a second queen blunder on c5 we've seen today. In game one, it was Kostya who went queen c5 and lost the queen. I think Greg was trying to play queen c6.
Queen c5 from Greg. And, the good thing about both of these players is that during both queen blunders, there was a smile on their face.
Yes.
That's what we come to expect. So let's not forget 6-3 in the match right now. And Greg, after a long break, takes a loss. He's going to have to refocus in this match. And Kostya, hey, circumstantial things happen and got to use them to your advantage. So will he be able to bounce back here 6-3? And we are in the 3-minute portion.
And we have this Trumpowski setup again where early bishop g5 that turns into a Benoni-like position. And Kostya plays a4. Remember, Greg had a fantastic game where he was able to fix his pawn structure on the queen side, push his pawn all the way to b3, and he ended up winning that one. So we'll see how Kostya fixes his situation in this game compared to that one, but it still is a familiar territory for both.
And an important decision how he's going to take. We also saw him have a game where he took with the e-pawn, and he later ended up playing h3, g4, and that was actually a disaster game for white. It got messy, tactical. He ended up losing it, but there were two very different decisions, cd and ed, and I think he liked his position more with c takes d5.
For sure. And this move b5 is what black is looking for. If you play a5 thinking, hey, I'm going to take en passant if you push your pawn through, that actually helps black in many ways because the rook gets free on the b file. So with the pawn still on a4, the b5 square is covered. f3 makes sure that e4 is defended. So now b5 is really off the table. And I always feel like white just has a pleasant position until the moment you don't, where black gets a move like f5 in and crashes through.
Yep, and you can also try to play, let's say, on the dark squares, knight h5, g5, knight e5, knight f4, those type of ideas. And f4 says maybe that was the intention by Greg. That's not happening. Bishop on e2 is eyeballing the knight on h5.
I really like that move. Black could have taken on f4, but that was really risky because you have a g5 tactic hitting the rook on f4 and the bishop on h4, but then you're pushing your g-pawn, your king feels less safe. So I get what Greg is doing, but this is one of those situations where you take the calmer approach just to move your piece back, but you have no squares for your remaining pieces. You can't play b5, you just drop a pawn. White's position is just gaining momentum. Rook a to e1 can be played, trying to break through with e5. And I'm already looking at e5 because when pieces capture back, the bishop will slide back to g3, and there's too many pieces on the diagonal. But don't rush that decision. This is not a moment to play e5 that allows black's pieces to gain quite a bit of ground.
Yeah, and the move b5 is on the horizon for Greg. He wants to do it. That's why he's going to prepare bishop d7. I think this is the moment to strike, though. Usually in positions like this, you have to have a bit of conviction with the white pieces. Maybe it's f5, e5. I think we need something because the move b5 is going to come quick as a flash.
I would start with bishop g3 just to line up e5. And he plays a5. Oh, that's actually really good timing because now the knight is ready to go to c4 for white, which hits the b6 square, it protects the b2 pawn, hits the d6 pawn. Good. And I think knight c4, you can even take the pawn a6 next with your rook. So you're winning material for Kostya.
Yeah, and this has really, it seems like this break has really livened up Kostya here. Rook takes a6, looks fantastic. I'm looking at like tricks with knight e4. Does anything there work? He just goes for e5 straight away. I think rook a6 was nicer, made the same threat, but we can't criticize e5. Pushing in the center, this looks great for white.
It's too tempting, and Kostya is a little bit ahead of the clock. His position is better, but what happens in this kind of situation is the board opens up, and you are more prone to blunders in that kind of situation. So just f takes e5 back. I don't see the problem with that. And he plays d6 first, which, all right, that is a move that makes sense. But now queen b7, that protects the a6 pawn. Maybe there's bishop takes h3 as a tactic. But Greg just goes back to b8, and he's sitting a little bit too passively in this position.
Yeah, keep an eye on the f7 pawn. I mean, the a6 pawn is still loose, but that's no longer the big focus in the position. Focus on the e5 pawn. Keep in mind the rook on b4, kind of eyeballing the bishop on h4. So might be some ideas like taking on e5, followed by rook takes on h4, and definitely some consideration to sacking the exchange here and just trying to get rid of all those pawns at once, but I'm not sure it's going to work with that knight eyeballing the e7 square.
Right, and then f7 pawn's so weak, as you point out. Knight e7 check was a threat in addition to knight takes b4. I might not even take this rook on b4, excuse me. I can, but I love my knight on d5. It's so powerful there that I'm even looking for maybe a knight e7 check to win your f7 pawn. So too many good-looking moves at this point.
It's true, and it's crazy, but knight e7, I mean, there's sacks on g6 as well with the queen or with the knight that look quite tempting. So lots of fun stuff for Kostya to calculate, but sometimes you get in these positions, and you've mentioned it before, that phenomenon of having too many good things to choose from can sometimes make a player spoiled for choice, and you end up thinking for a long time and then making a move that isn't any of the good ones in the position.
Right. Greg's position is worse, but at least he's 20 seconds ahead, and that could give him some chances to hold this. But queen c3, I'm up material, says Kostya. Let's trade queens. That will help me win this game. Look at this, bishop f3, that bishop going to d5. The f7 pawn remains a weakness. White is just pushing the pieces forward. The d6 pawn is a nice passer. The e5 pawn is defended. Great play by Kostya.
Yeah, he's all over him here. Every piece seems to be placed perfectly. Queen f3. Next, always looks like a great move. A6 pawn hanging. I mean, sort of take that whenever you feel like it. Queen f3 looks like a perfect start, though.
This is such a one-sided game, and f7 is falling. Now, bishop takes f7 is possible. Rook takes a6, as you mentioned, was also available. And will he ever take this a6 pawn? Because
good question.
Now is not the time. There could be a bishop e6 idea, hitting the queen, and the knight on c4 is not defended. And then it's just like a domino effect. I win the knight, and then both of your rooks are under attack. So you have to be a little bit careful if you're Kostya. You also are getting out of 20 seconds, and this position is a bit complicated.
Yeah, a little bit complicated. He goes for e6, and after taking, I'm trying to, he's pushing the pawn. Wow, what a calculation.
Because the bishop on g3 isn't defended. The queen's hanging on f7, but everything is hanging across the board here.
And that is the type of move you will spend 30 seconds to calculate, even though it puts you low on time, because it's going to be so forcing. If you've calculated correctly, you're taking this point home.
And look at this. Rook takes f7. Now you have a pawn on d7. The a6 pawn still can be captured, but let's protect our passed pawn first. And they go knight a5, knight to c6. That seems to be the winning plan. Although now the d7 pawn is hanging.
So maybe, well, either b4 or, b4 looks pretty decent, or knight b6.
And look at this. If knight takes d7, you can play rook takes d7 and then just capture this pawn on c5, and there's a pin there.
Yeah, I think he's going to take on c5. Yeah, that required some confidence. Maybe knight e5 here. I don't know. Things are getting messy. If Greg gets out of this pin, he has a good chance to hold a draw. And look at the time for Kostya.
Wow, and king g8 hits the rook. There's king f8, but then knight c6 attacks the rook, attacks the bishop, but rook d6. Suddenly, Greg is almost out of this. Oh my gosh, Kostya blundered. His knight was overworked, and now he's going to lose this game.
And he took it. He needed to move the rook. He's going to lose this.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. In a match like this, yeah, that is just heartbreaking. Oh my gosh.
I don't know what to say. To maybe draw the game is one step, but to lose the game is something else. And this king is just going to wait. Oh, king e5 wasn't possible.
Wow. So this king is super active for white. And how does black win now? Okay, knight. Bring your knight in. Knight c4. Definitely knight c4 now. Force the king to make a decision.
Okay, but here's what's going to happen. He says, hey, go take my g pawn. I got the knight covering. I think black probably wins this. Knight h3 is a super nice touch.
Yeah, unfortunately, going for the pawn turns out to be the wrong decision because knights are notoriously bad at stopping past pawns.
Yeah, and here the king is going to go attack the knight. It's going to go attack the pawn. Now the knight goes back, and it just, you don't have enough moves available. Oh
Nope.
my goodness.
And this is instructive for many people because this configuration of pieces, the knight protecting the pawn so far away from the king, is that's how you win these positions where you're up a piece. And unfortunately for Kostya, it was about to be a 2-game match. It's now ballooned to 4.
Crazy. Just crazy. That game right there, the flip that we just witnessed was incredible. The pressure that Greg put on Kostya on the clock is exactly what you need to do when you have the worst position. Greg stayed in there. I mean, I don't know what the evaluation was, Robert, but that was dead lost. And he stayed in there, put pressure on the clock, and ended up putting pressure on the board and won the game.
And when you played that move that he did with d7, trading the queens, not directly, but one queen was captured, next was captured, the problem became that there weren't too many pieces remaining. And Kostya was probably worried that if we trade some more things off, I won't even win despite being exchange ahead. And of course, he ultimately blundered, and Greg was alert. He found the tactic. And now we're back to this opening, which we've seen several times today. And Kostya just gave up the b4 pawn to take the b2 pawn. So bishop c3, I guess. And can you win this pawn on b4, or is bishop c3 met by just bishop to d2?
Well, we don't have to even think about that now. And neither do the players. Bishop back to f6 played. And I think Greg is saying, okay, I might play c3, bishop d2 as means of defending my b pawn. And in the meantime, bishop c4 and, rook a1 after c3 and put all the pressure on a6.
And the pressure is mounting. The a6 pawn's now under attack 3 times, only 2 defenders. You can play bishop b5, but you're losing a pawn in the process. So I don't think you want to lose a pawn. He plays rook e8, and can you just maybe play a rook e3 move? Say, all right, we'll trade rooks. I get that, but I don't want to give you the e file. So I think maybe this is a slight inaccuracy by Greg to give control over the board to Kostya in this way, but maybe he has that a6 pawn pinned down.
Don't like queen e2. Looks like you can take and go bishop c3 just as a way to get out of things. And if b5, just go a5, and I might prefer black there. So I'm not sure about this. It looked to me like bishop d2 was a nice way to cover e1, cover b4, and still maintain the threat on the a6 pawn.
And it's an instructive moment on keeping the tension or in open files when you capture or when you get captured. By capturing on e8, it handed black that open file, and that, of course, is to Kostya's benefit. So right now, Kostya's thinking. Greg has almost as much time as he started with, so he's playing very quickly here, and he must like his position. And for Kostya, well, that a6 pawn looks like a problem.
Yeah, rook e8, not sure again. King f1, comes to mind. Bishop b5 and bishop c3 look like those were the kind of moves you want to think of, because bishop c3 hits the pawn and also eyeballs a rook e1 checkmate trick with like bishop b5 in the position.
And he was setting up tactics. Rook takes a6. There was rook takes e2, trying to get the king in line with the rook on the diagonal with bishop b5 check at the end. So instead, he goes bishop b5 at c4. You mentioned this a long time ago. When something goes to b5 or tries to just push that pawn through, and now he's down a pawn, and this is trouble.
That pawn is going to go safely to b5. Could also push through with c5, but essentially the rook goes down, attacks that pawn. I don't see how things get defended. Either c5 or just b5, b6, b5, bishop d2, bishop a5. So many ways to put pressure here.
Yeah, this is just a losing position. And I'm looking at the clock here, 25 minutes left in the 3+1 time segment. If you're Kostya, where do you think you're going to make your comeback? Is it going to be in this 3-minute portion? Is it going to be in bullet? And the reason I'm asking is, well, should you almost just resign to try to get more games?
It's hard to tell. I feel like Kostya in blitz against Greg, it's hard to predict the bullet, but in blitz, I feel like Kostya has been right there with him. It's just these small deciding moments that flip the game. Like that last game, that was Kostya's. And this match could have been, 6-4 and getting closer and closer. So I feel like more blitz games is good because he's not doing that. He's not doing as badly as the score might suggest.
Yeah, that's true. And right now, d6 is the winning move for white because the bishop on d7 is not defended. So you can just keep on pushing. If the bishop moves out the way to say f5, I'm sure there are many ways to do this, but bishop f4 comes to mind, just going after that c7 pawn, and the pass pawns will start marching towards the other side.
Yeah, this is, just a tough position. White can take the time to play moves on the king side. He can build up the pressure. Bishop f4, hitting that pawn already looks good.
The one thing you don't want to have happen though is like trading c7 for d5, and now all of a sudden you still are up that one pawn, but as pieces come off the board, your winning chances may not be as big as they once were. So bishop b5 play to attack the rook. I think you have to play rook e4 because rook e5 runs into bishop d4 pinning. So there we see rook e4.
Yeah, rook e4 makes sense. And the pieces are, they're getting out. There's going to be like a rook b4, rook coming down, giving a few annoying checks.
Yeah, this actually is surprisingly difficult. I felt like it should be a straightforward win, but with that rook sliding to b4 and, as you said, the checks, how does white do this? Because if you ignore black's checks, maybe there's just going to be some kind of repetition or some counter shots that you can't adequately deal with. And wow, trading the rooks, big decision there.
Yeah, it just wants to get the rooks off because rook b4, b1, that's counterplay. It's such a human thing to say, I don't want to deal with counterplay at all. Let me play this endgame where I can control the position, get my pieces out, and deal with that later. Bishop check here, followed by f4, king d2. Looks like a really strong plan.
And black desperately needs to trade the pawns off as soon as possible, because if you get more pawns off, then even if you have to sacrifice your bishop for some of the other pawns, your chances to draw greatly increase. But d6 is check now, and
bishop takes c7 or d6. d6 is the better version of that, and that's going to be GG. As the pawn's going to promote, or he's going to lose a piece, and Kostya can let this one go with a clear conscience. Robert, no worries about that.
For sure. And 22 minutes left in this time control. It is a 5-point lead for Greg Shahade. But as we keep discussing, it feels like Kostya's right in every single game. There haven't been many games where it's just been a blowout. And now he plays knight to d2. So instead of playing for c4 and these Benoni positions, he instead is playing a London-like system, but with the bishop out on g5.
Are we going to see f4? Yeah, wondering. I was wondering if we're going to see that from Kostya. It's almost like, you go back to what has worked for you in the past.
Right. It's what got him here. His match against Tanya Sachdev, he played this exact position. And Greg seems familiar at this point. His pawn on g6, it blunts the bishop on d3. He puts his queen on b6. That looks good. And I see the eval bar.
So we had this position, the same, and I think you called out knight g4 with some threats against e3 and breaking the position open. So I remember even having this position in the commentary booth with you, Robert, and you were calling out that there was some good moves there for black with a big advantage.
Right. And when I did that the first time, I was like, oh, it looks interesting. Sacrifice a piece, not my piece. But now that I see the eval bar justifies it, seems that it's likely that knight g4 is a really strong move. And when Greg goes to break before the bullet, or maybe later when he reviews the games, he'll probably be like, okay, this is a weak spot, and it remains one. The problem for black now is you can't get to e3, and look at how quickly white is jumping into the position. Knight e5, queen h5. If you take on e5, I can take with the f pawn, and your f5 pawn could be in trouble. So I really like the way this position has transitioned for Kostya. It just remains to be seen if he can keep up the pressure.
Yeah, I was going to say, if that queen stayed on b6, I mean, there was a knight d7 threat, but I was going to say queen h5. There's like ideas like knight takes on d4, pawn takes, knight takes, and just collapsing everything. But queen h5, rook f3, rook h3, that's a simple idea that needs addressing.
And well, rook h3 now is possible, even though a piece was just captured, but black has f6 as a resource. The queen on c7 will defend the king side. So rook g8 played. If rook h3, now there's rook g7, just trying to protect h7. Maybe you'll double rooks on the g file. It just feels like white can try to apply more pressure and black is a bit stuck, but maybe I'm underestimating some of the chances here. And actually, knight g5 is a threat.
Yeah, and the funny thing about rook g8 is it makes knight g5 look even better, because then queen takes h7 is a nice little checkmate there with the king smothered in the corner. So rook g8, although it makes a threat on g2, it does invite knight g5 as the following move.
Okay, knight g5 it is, because f6 is what Greg is relying on, saying, all right, now my queen will help in the defense, but I think you can play knight g5, and after f6, take this pawn on e6, and there it goes. This is what's going to happen.
So Greg was ready for this with f6, but I think he's basically just thinking that rook takes g2 is something white can't allow. But really, the king on h1, there's no more threats. There's nothing that black can do at all there.
Right, and there we go. Kostya takes it, and if rook takes g2, you just move your king away. And this queen on c7 is the lone defender of this pawn on h7. So if I can boot your queen away, and for example, I can think about knight takes c5, or I can just take your pawn on f6, because you can't capture my knight. My knight is immune because h7
Yeah.
is hanging with checkmate. My next move will be pawn to f7. And if you make some other move like rook g2 to g6, saying, okay, no pawn f7 for you, I can probably still consider pawn to f7 because of the
Knight
tactics.
f8. Knight f8
Oh
needs
my
to be
gosh,
considered.
knight f8.
I think knight f8 on the last move was possible, but what's nasty is after rook g6, knight f8 is like, you can take the rook on g6 because of the pin. So I think knight f8 and f7 is just going to be knockout here. That's why the eval is so high for white.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a great move, knight f8 of all things. But I was looking at it as well, rook g6 stops f7, but it doesn't really because I still play f7. And when your queen captures, I have knight g5 and your rook is pinned and h7 is hanging with checkmate. So your move is way cooler. I have to admit that's pretty sweet. Not often that you get your knight to the other side like that. But Greg is just in a lost position.
He's got nothing to do. Like, I think we're going to see one of those finishes because it's really hard to play a move here that doesn't allow one of these tactical finishes.
Right. And at the very least, knight g7, knight e5. He wants to open up the diagonal and hope that he gets some check. That will
rook g1, queen d5 mate. Well, it was not even mate, but that's his idea. He wants to play queen d5, something there. Something there.
If you mouse up like queen h6 or something, then there is that rook g1, queen d5 mate. But the queen and the rook cover the f3 square, everybody, so that the queen can always drop back if there is a check.
Yeah, a sneaky try, and I think Greg went for that because he probably saw everything that we just looked at and said, yeah, okay, that's covered, so no worries.
And well, with f7 here, this looks like, what's an awesome line? If you bring your rook to g7, I can take on h7 twice and promote to a knight and fork your queen at the end. Is that too? Is that
rook 2 to g7?
Yeah, is that too mean?
That's filthy. We'll go with filthy.
Well, I'm just having some fun here. Greg is not having fun in this position. No. He still has a big lead in the match. He's up 4 points, but credit to Kostya fighting back. He lost a painful game, and now he strikes back immediately.
Yeah, and that's a good game. He'll need that for his confidence in this 3-minute portion, because when he wins a game, I don't think he's won 2 in a row. I can't remember, but he needs that momentum swing in his favor.
There have been a couple times that we thought he was going to win 2 in a row, and he just didn't make it happen. So for Kostya, he needs to win this game. That's for sure. There's still 16 minutes plus left in the time control. And I feel like Kostya, he keeps reverting back to this opening. I don't like it. And I think it's actually really bad for his chances because it's closed. And Greg has shown really just great ability to keep a closed position, press forward, and then strike tactically at the right moment. So I'm not sure this is the best situation for Kostya.
And the interesting thing about this position is the reason I think white is so favored in these is that if black ever plays f6 or f5, one of your ideas that you could do is just play h4 and ignore him. So if black plays f5, you play h4. If he ever takes the pawn, you take back. And you see how the pawn on g5 and on e4 restrict these black knights from doing anything on the king side. Restricts the bishop, both knights. Black needs to play on the queen side. It's all he's got, but white can play on the queen side as well. Okay, f4, completely different approach from Greg here, and I have to say I'm not a big fan of it.
No, not at all, because that bishop was locked up on g7. Now you've opened that bishop, and if bishop d4, okay, I'm not going to trade you. Put my knight on e5. You were just talking about how the pawns were restricting the knights. In comes knight e5. Maybe later I'll play pawn to c5, and if you take en passant, my knight e7 recaptures, and black's pieces are just making natural move and getting into the game here, and the queen side is going to be a problem for white.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with castling. That's the thing. Like, black castles king side. It's not like white's launching an attack. No, if anything, black's opening the game with f6 later on. This bishop is fantastic now. Castles, we might see simply a5, bishop a6, c5. He goes with, and he wants pawn takes, knight e takes c6, and then every piece from black is finding a home. Bishop comes to e6, queen to a5. This could be an attacking masterpiece from Kostya Kavutskiy.
Yeah, and when you gain space with pawns and then they disappear, look at how much space black has. Bishop e6 can happen. Queen a5. Now the c pawn's out the way. The bishop on g7 is perfect. Just take on e5 with the bishop, I would say, and the attack almost plays itself.
Yeah, g5 pawn, keep an eye on. You can't move your queen away from that. Queen a5 is a nice move just to hit the a2 pawn. Bishop to e6 to follow. And like I said, castling kingside for black. there's no attack to worry about. So that just gets your king to safety. Nothing to worry about, and focus all your energy on bringing the pieces to the open files on the queen side.
And it's pretty crazy how sometimes a single move or single piece changes the whole game. If the knight on e2 were not there and white could have played bishop c4 instead of playing a3, right, then the king would be safer on the queen side. But because you played a3, that's a hook. It opens the position up. And now knight takes b4. Bring another piece into the attack. Knight a2 is checkmate coming. b2 is hanging. Okay, queen b4 is also good, but knight takes b4 was probably better.
Yeah, the knight b4 looked really strong. I don't really know how Greg is going to survive in the long term, but I think in the short term, b3, he is still playing this game. Kostya is going to have to castle, play bishop e6, bring the pieces in. It's going to be a little bit slower.
And Kostya has the time to convert this because, as you have been saying time and time again, the king side is closed. One of white's best moves might be g5 back to g4 to try to open the king side. That can never happen, so the king is safe there. Now bishop takes b3. If I were playing a bullet game and he plays it, I would have done that instantly, but Kostya thinks for a bit. He has the time to do so, and the king on c1 will not be much longer for this world.
Yeah, I think we're going to see rook d2, and we do. And now it's all about getting that last piece involved, something like either knight b4 or knight a5. Both are probably pretty good. I don't know if there's one that's better than the other. Bishop on h3 covers c8, just something to note. I mean, of course, black can sack the exchange to get in there, but that I guess it is doing something from h3.
It's your rook c8 is the move you want to play, and maybe now's the time.
Okay.
The bishop
Well,
away.
forget what I said. I think Greg is pretty much in trouble here.
Although Greg being tenacious right now, where's the win? It feels like you should just be able to take one piece and deliver a checkmate, but there's no win just yet. So would you double your rooks? Maybe I'm not sure which file, the B file or the C file, but instead it goes knight C4, and it still looks really good for black.
I think long term, because the issue is I think Greg's gonna have to go rook D1, rook D3 here. That looks like the defensive maneuver. And literally in that position, I'd almost consider running the A pawn, Robert.
There's very little that it seems that white can do. So I agree with you that maybe just put your rook on C8 and after rook D3, play A5, A4, and there's no moves.
It's crazy. Yeah, rook C8 here and A5. I don't know. Yeah, he's playing A5. I would have doubled the rooks first. I think that was kind of important. Maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he can do it now. Oh, wait. I think A4... that felt a little rushed, but this pawn's just going up. I saw it for a quick second. The eval bar changed there, so maybe A4 was a little rushed, but it's working out.
Yeah, the thing is the knight can't move because of the rook on C2. It's not so much that, hey, you have a discovered attack with the rook on D3. It's more it's pinned to the rook on C2. That's the issue here. Yes,
and I think I see why A4 was rushed. The knight on B1 could have gone to D2, but that's neither here nor there at this point. It seems like, where is the knockout? There has to be a win. Bishop F4 check, king to D1 now.
Ooh, are we taking on B1?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, for the fans. And then you take on C2.
A nice finish is rook F1 mate after king to F3.
Oh.
But, the queen has to come back to F2, but you take that and the H pawn covers. That's like a kind of puzzle rush finish.
That's forced checkmate. So queen takes b1 looks good. And even if it were not checkmate, you could push your a pawn. But Kostya,
A3 is hanging.
But now queen b1 again. He just doesn't see it.
Oh man,
he doesn't see it. Easy for us,
crazy.
Right? Easy for us. We're not risking anything by sacrificing our queen. But his position is still just.
Yeah, it's completely winning. But it can only be completely winning so many times before it's like, hey, you got to start cashing in.
You know how he pushed the a pawn? Is he going to push the h pawn now?
Well, his rook's hanging. Hopefully he doesn't forget that.
Oh, well, that's true. I forgot about it. So
yeah, it's kind of a weird look at these knights and rooks. It's like you almost forget where they move at some point. Queen C1. What are these moves? It's such a strange position for Greg. It's like a Tetris block.
Yeah, queen F1 would be checkmate, but the knight can move. So you want to remember how all the pieces move here. So rook takes E4. Can I get away with that?
Such a weird position.
Oh, nice try, but we just take on F6, and now the queen takes knight, and too many extra pawns.
Greg is trying here, but I don't think it's going to work out. Rook B1, getting the rook involved looks good.
You can even trade queens if you're Kostya, right? You're up 4 pawns with the bishop.
Oh, okay. I would take that. Yeah, bishop B5. Finally, I think Kostya has done this well. G5, G4,
H4,
3. Yeah, it's just too many pawns. Just too many pawns.
How
He
many of
has
them?
stalemate tries, rook f2 stalemate ideas.
Nice. Yes. If you are not careful. Okay. So
Yeah. Oh, here, rook a2 and then f2 take it.
that would be ridiculous. Rook d2. He's not going
Oh
for it.
man. Yeah, and now it's still kind of possible, but I don't think we're gonna get it. At least it's a try. So sometimes when you're dead lost, you just got to go for those attempts.
And the king still has the h2 square, so there won't be a
Yeah.
stalemate. And now it's just easy conversion. Wow, what a game! Okay, I said don't queen unless you're sure that the king can run away, but the king could run away, and still 8+ minutes in this time control. So if Kostya, he'll win this game right now, checkmate next move, and he's starting to feel it.
Yep. And Greg, that's why I think we saw him play that out till checkmate. Greg is not looking to play every game out till mate, but he's starting to feel the momentum from Kostya Kavutskiy. This is shifting a little bit. He's saying, okay, wait, let me run the clock down a little bit.
2 consecutive wins for Kostya, and now he gets the white pieces. He's going back to this Trumpowski where he has obtained good positions. And Greg, going back to his main repertoire here, but I feel like this is good news for Kostya. He's feeling it right now. He has more space to work with, and generally speaking, his openings have been his strong point.
Yeah, and this opening we've seen time and time again. Kostya, another decision, E or C takes. He decides E takes this time, which is interesting. He's switching it up every game. Doesn't even matter what the last game was. I think the last time they played this, that was the game that Kostya should have won. So he's even switching up from a good position he had last time.
And he just perhaps doesn't want Greg to feel comfortable himself, because when you keep switching, you're sort of dodging the mental preparation that your opponent is doing, and the h6 pawn under attack protected. But look at Black's pieces. In particular, this bishop on c8 has nowhere to go, and you don't have the b5 break that soon. Now you're trying for it, but can I stop you with a5 myself? And even once you get this pawn push and the rook gets better, the knight on c7, the bishop on d7, not very powerful pieces.
Ooh, h5, big dislike. So there are probably going to be ideas like knight e6, maybe even right now, just with ideas like pawn takes, and e7. Now, I'm not sure if I would go for that. The knight on c7's there, but I'm just always looking at just throwing a knight into e6 at the right moment.
Yeah, this isn't the first time today we've seen that idea of throwing the knight to e6 to win the g6 pawn and just go for a checkmate. And what about knight c to e4? He plays rook e2, obviously trying to go rook e1 and take over the e file. But I was looking at knight e4 going right after the d6 pawn. But now with the b file opening up, you don't really have knight e4 as a possibility.
He says, I don't care what you're up to over there. I'm up to something over here. We might see a very aggressive rook e7, or he might be preparing a knight e6. There might be some big kingside initiative here if he can coordinate his pieces correctly. And Greg is saying, look, I'm ignoring that, going on the queen side. Very different plans for each player.
And we shouldn't forget about knight takes f7, because just like knight e6, you're moving the f7 pawn. I can do so with force. Take on f7, take on g6, bishop g5, all this kind of stuff happening in white's favor. So Greg needs to find a move at this point. And does he take on c4? But after bishop takes c4, white will close the queen side with b3 next, and then knight e6 is even more powerful with the bishop lined up against the king. This is no fun.
He takes on a4 to probably fulfill the idea of opening the b file without allowing bishop c4, and then knight comes to e6 and those kind of tricks. So I think he wanted maybe the best of both worlds, but white's also not complaining. Hey, bishop takes g6, that's a massive threat. Everything is lined up for that sacrifice.
Wow, great move. Queen c2, hitting the a4 pawn. Okay. Where is it?
I'm not even calculating here. Maybe I should be, but bishop takes g6. Hello?
That's so rook e7 also to sack on f7. It feels like the attack should play itself.
Bishop f5. Bishop f5 is the move, right? That Black's going to go for it.
Uh-oh. And I see the eval bar just tank.
Or just rook takes f4. I'm not sure. Maybe rook takes f4 is not that good, but this feels winning for white as so weird.
But it's your bishop f5 move that saves the day.
So. Has to be.
And Kostya has been so patient all throughout the match, and now this time he says, I'm going to rush it, and it's backfiring because the engine does not approve. I think he should have started with rook to e7 to bring that rook into the attack first. Queen takes h5 is still possible, and it's not like the black king will be all that safe. But after queen takes knight f6, very quickly Black's bringing some pieces back and maybe even winning more material.
Yeah, knight f6 is annoying because it just kicks you out. You have to go to f3, bishop g4 is all forcing. Queen d3 hits h7, but the knight's covering. That all happened by force, and Greg emerges with, by the way, just one extra rook in exchange for like a bunch of pawns on the king side. That's never going to be full compensation.
Unless you can kick that knight out of f6 and get the h7 square for your queen, you're correct. There's nothing good in white's position anymore. Black's king doesn't have true shelter, but the knight in f6 is doing a worthy job.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is not going to pan out for Kostya unless Greg has a major slip up here. I think he's got this. He's played really good defense. Now, did he see that going in with bishop f5? We're not sure, but it definitely looked like he was under control the whole time and played this winning sequence to perfection.
And if you're going to have a losing position, I love the move rook to e6, because here you give the d5 square to your knight. That's something that Greg will have to keep his eyes on, because queen is trying to get to h7. That's the ultimate goal. Queen g6 is a move for white next, then knight to d5 or pawn h5 and things like that. So Greg has to be very careful, and he plays a3.
A3 is going to queen on a checking square, which hits g6. So takes, and b1 is check and forces a queen trade. I think that's pretty key.
Wow, that's really important. And if the king were already on h2, well, there's going to be knight g4 check. So the position would be a problem for white. Regardless, there's too much extra material. But just the fact that you can queen with check while hitting the other queen, that will allow black to have an easier life. So if ab2, can I throw in queen f7 check or something like that? Well, Greg says no knight d5 regardless.
And look at that. B takes c3, a2, and hey, try and stop the pawn. That's crazy.
Although, look at that move. Knight f7 hitting the queen, and knight h6 check could be a repetition. So good idea by Kostya, but perhaps Greg can just play queen e7 and say, all right, my king will slide to f8, but this bishop takes d6 at the end. So this is actually
it's a really good try. What Greg needs to realize is, hey, stop the perpetual. Forget about the queen. The queen doesn't matter. It's not even that good, because remember, you're going to get another one here most likely with the a pawn. So it's all about stopping the repetition. I guess he's got, if he goes bishop d6.
What's he going to do with bishop d6? Oh, rook c1 check, and then queen takes d6 with check. When we have a repetition, he might see bishop d6, but doesn't see rook c1. I think that's what's happening. So, Kostya, you got to go. You got to play in your opponent's time trouble.
Yeah, knight h6.
And bishop d6, rook c1 check. There it is.
Yeah, rook c1 is GG. Really nice move. Unfortunately, it's a move that Greg's probably going to play anyway, because rook's hanging.
Oh, queen f7 mate! Queen f7 mate! Oh my gosh!
And we are not seeing the smiles that we've seen in the past. He's starting to realize, Robert, that this match is not just getting closer, it's becoming insanely close. He had a big lead and he is letting it slip here. This might be the last game of the 3-minute portion. What a choke in that position.
And I think I understand why he did that, because he forgot that the queen could go there immediately and the queen was pinned. He thought, oh, bishop takes queen, rook takes back, and then there's no checkmate. But that was wild. I saw Kostya almost like praying over there, saying, okay, well, I'm a lucky boy. I been eating my Wheaties and doing good work, so karma's favoring me. But that was an escape if I've seen one. And as you just pointed out, it is a 2-game match. Kostya's won 3 games in a row, and Greg was the one who was up copious amounts of material and couldn't put it away. So it's kind of a role reversal from what we saw earlier.
Yeah, this is one hell of a match right now. If Kostya wins another game in a row, this is incredible. This is going to be like one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen in this format. And well, Kostya's position right now looks absolutely fantastic.
Yes, and there's knight e5 saying no bishop trade for you. And if you move your bishop away, I'll play rook to b8, pawn to c5, and my bishop on g7 will be the strongest minor piece on the board. So I really like Kostya's position out of the opening. He does play c5. He can play rook to b8. He can just develop his light square bishop, and it's an advantage.
Yeah, this looks nice. Rook b8. Played rook b1 to match that. And that b pawn is always going to be a consideration. This bishop has to make a decision, b7 or e6 where you want to develop. In the meantime, Kostya says knight c6. Hey, check out that d4 square. I got the bishop and the knight eyeballing that. There's no way that Greg wants to give up his dark square bishop for the knight.
No. And the one good thing for Greg is his pawn is on c2 rather than c4. In these queen's pawn openings, when the pawn's also on c4, that d4 square is a permanent hole. But now, if that knight moves out the way, eventually you can play c3. Wait, bishop takes h3. The
Wow.
knight had the
bishop
f3
h3.
square. Yeah, it's hard to realize what's changed in the position. But when I was thinking with the knight on d4, you have to watch out for some forks. I've had plenty of experience on the black side of this position. He had bishop h3 again. It just wasn't on his mind.
Yep. Yeah,
And
exactly. Because if bishop takes d4 to get rid of the knight, you take with the pawn, you hit the knight on c3, and it all works out.
It's just from experience of having this position many times, because this is the opening that I played for black for a very long period of time. So we see now that he puts his pawn f5. He's just advancing his pawn, so you can go queen f6 next, or queen h4 perhaps. But when you play a move like f5, you do loosen up some of your own squares, e6, and that could at some point be a problem if a knight can get there, but the knight's in d1, very far away.
And looking to play c3 is Greg. Now, you might get tempted. f4, win the piece, bishop takes f4, knight e2 check, but there is always going to be bishop takes d4 in that position. Instead, Kostya just goes queen f6. All the pieces are mobilized here. 2 rooks on 2 open and semi-open files for Kostya. Has to be good looking, but it's all about this knight. c3 kicking that knight out. For example, knight b5, a4.
Is the knight even under attack? Because if you, it is now, because your bishop has some room to work with on the diagonal. I was like thinking that the bishop is trapped on e3 because the queen's on d2, but of course, if takes, the bishop will have g5 or f4. So
you can start with f4. So this was like the move from last turn, and now the only difference is if you take on d4 with the bishop, black can take back with the pawn, and it's covered.
Okay, so what a decision there by Kostya, because he gave up a pawn, so he has a pawn down right now, but he has that great bishop. The knight on d1 isn't doing so well. But Greg tends to do really well. He's very resourceful in a position like this. The extra material can be on the just pain for you to deal with. You're like, wait, how am I gonna get my pawn back? I'm not gonna get my pawn back. No, let me try to get it back. And also your c7, c5 pawns aren't very strong. So I do think that Greg playing knight c3 right now, he has some good chances to prove that the material is important.
Yeah, and there's always bishop c3 to take that material back. The question is Kostya going to cash that in right now? Or does he want to play this imbalance, bishop e5, bishop d6, queen e5, try to go for mate?
Wow. All right, so the dark squares are a problem, but also covered for the moment. Bishop h6 hits the e3 pawn, bishop d took.
And now rook takes d5 and rook e5. No, he takes with the queen first.
So he was upset, or not upset, but he was struggling to deal with the material deficit, and that's why he did this. But I think it makes White's life so much easier.
It does. Yeah, it's definitely not like a poor decision, but I don't think that Greg is unhappy with this position. It's easier to play. There's no minor pieces, not a lot of tactics. It's just going to be cleanup crew when everybody's just taking each other's pawns.
Right. And when you're up material, you often consider, hey, maybe I'll sacrifice material to make the rest of my pieces better. That's something you should think about, and that's what Greg did. He went knight c3, gave up the pawn d5. Oh, I was like, is that a
move there?
We've seen enough blunders in the c5 square. So I was like, wait, what? Was that a mouse slip? But no, queen c5, queen takes d8. And
there is queen d1 playable, but it actually looks like rook f1 meets that beautifully. So got to be careful here as black.
Right, because after queen c5, queen takes d8, it almost looks like the black king's getting checkmated, but the queen on c5 would cover that f8 square. So instead, queen d1 check was played, and can you play? Yeah. Wait, queen f7 check. You can force a draw for White at the very least with queen f7, queen f6.
The draw is always there.
You can also get the queen for the 2 rooks, but I don't think you have like a follow-up that hurts black.
The queen and 2 rooks in an endgame like this often like goes to the 2 rooks, or the queen has to take a perpetual. So if you're going to take that draw, take it right now.
That's right. And queen takes c5. If you play queen d5, there's rook f8 check. That's a standard overworked piece. The rook on d8 would be defending the queen and the f8 square. So do not play queen d5 here.
Queen d5, rook f8, king g7, queen to e7 is going to pick up that rook. So queen d6 could be played, but the a5 pawn is loose. So queen d5 makes a lot of sense.
That's why I brought it up, because that was my first instinct, and I quickly realized, no, rook f8. Oh my gosh. This is Greg, but he's so sharp. Greg has seen these tactics throughout this whole match. As soon as Kostya puts a piece in a vulnerable square, he just sees it instantly, and he just won that game. He has now stopped the bleeding. He has a 3-game lead heading into the bullet, and Greg should be very happy right now. And that sigh, that groan. What do you make of all this, Ahmad?
Insane. And you're calling these blunders out as they're happening, and Kostya, as the time's ticking down, he sees this, but he's just seeing it a couple seconds after he makes the move. Greg is seeing it a couple seconds before. So he has it planned out. He's ready with rook f8, sharp with the tactics, and that is huge for Greg's momentum, just to quell any hopes that Kostya had of bringing that to within one game before the bullet section. Both players have had crazy ups and downs in this match. The bullet is going to decide everything. I'm excited.
For sure. And Kostya is the slightly higher rated bullet player. Don't forget, Greg has been playing a great match at this point. Everybody, you will not want to miss the quickest time show. We'll be back in a few. And we return to what has been a remarkable match thus far. It is 9-6 in Greg Shahade's favor. Kostya Kavutskiy went on a run. Greg stopped it at the end there with the final victory. Aman, we've seen it be back and forth within the individual games. Greg has had the lead throughout. What does each player need to do heading into the bullet?
Well, I think that in general, Greg has been doing a good job in rough positions, in tough positions. I think his defense has been really good this match, and that's going to come in handy in the bullet. So a lot more of that. He generally plays pretty quickly, and even in time pressure, we see him seeing these tactics just a little bit ahead of Kostya. So more of that is going to do really well in the bullet portion. Now, as for Kostya Kavutskiy, he's coming in with honestly a head of steam. He won 3 games in the 3-minute portion. Coming into this, he did lose the last one, but I don't think that's going to sting as much because he's brought this match back to a meaningful margin where he can make this up in bullet, easily. You mentioned he's a higher rated bullet player. This is his chance to come back in this match, and I think that he'll be really pleased with his play in the 3-minute near the end there to make this match a match that he believes that he has a chance to win.
And I would say that I don't think Kostya has found his footing with the black pieces because Greg has had these advantages or a slightly more pleasant position and has really been working it. Like he turns these slight pluses into bigger advantages. And even in this final game where he blundered the queen d5 and the rook f8 check, it felt like Greg was the one from earlier on just doing things right. Although actually in this particular game, the dark bishop was powerful. But in general, I feel like that's been the trend for Greg. And well, no more talking. We're off.
Yeah, and the bullet is going to speak for itself. C4, maybe the first time we've seen this, but might transpose back into a Grunfeld.
And here we go. So we have the Grunfeld for the second time today. We've avoided that for the most part. And bishop g4, pinning the knight, trying to get to the d4 pawn. So which line do you think that Greg wants to go down? He wants to keep the queens on the board or go to the end games where white typically is slightly better? I guess our answer is on the board.
Well, I'll let Greg speak for himself there. Queen takes a2, and this is a fairly theoretical line, maybe one of the more delved into and analyzed lines in the Grunfeld, at all. And after knight e5, bishop c5, we've seen this before at the highest level. This is very theoretical, and Greg is behind on the clock. So it's actually Kostya who's saying, look, I know exactly what's going on here, playing very quickly.
I think Greg actually made an inaccuracy. He should have went rook f to d8 to pin the d5 pawn instead of moving the knight out the way. But I don't know the ins and outs of this. This is Peter Stridler's domain. I don't pretend to step on those shoes there. And right now we see that white has the massive center, and this must be advantageous for Kostya. But what happens when the queens get traded? It's a knight against a light square bishop. Perhaps the dark squares could be blocks for the taking.
Yeah, and I would have said maybe c4, c5 quickly was needed, but instead f4 played. I think the c pawn staying there is important. If you play c4 now, queen c5, trade, and the knight sits on c5. So he's going to be looking to put the pressure on the king side here, whereas black saying, hey, I got an a pawn, let's run.
And white's pawn pushes are towards the center, and that could spell bad news for the king on g8. Watch out for f5 for white. Hey, your king's there, my rook's on f1. Let's open this position up. And I think f5 is a great choice. He goes d7 first, but now he can't play f5 because the pawn d7 is suddenly hanging.
Missed though. Queen f6. Queen f6 looks like a nice way to start.
It just looks...
wow, the rook's defended.
I thought it was hanging too. I was like, wait, queen takes d8? Nope, that's me blundering. Queen e7 is a good move. And it's check.
Wow.
So it wasn't a good move because it was check.
And king f8 just holds everything, and now it should be black with the better position now. There's no way to help this pawn promote.
Well, you can go rook e1 to try to go rook e8 check, but the problem is that even if this knight takes on d7 and you win this piece, the a pawn is too fast. So black is just going to push that pawn up the board.
So strong by Greg there. That game could have gone either way, and in fact, I thought it was just going to be a crush for Kostya. That queen c5 check bailed Greg out completely, forking the queen and the king.
But Greg sees these tactics so quickly, it's a moment where I thought he was going to lose in a couple moves. Then he finds his rook a6 and the queen defended d8. Then he finds queen c5 check in an instant. And now we're in this endgame here where black is better and f5 is coming. So rook d6 is a great move. Saying if you play f5, there will be repercussions. The g6 pawn now is under attack, as is b6. I think that Kostya can hold this game.
Yep, absolutely. Bishop on f3. Basically, the move pawn to g4 is going to be going to be the nasty one. If that happens, the bishop gets dislodged. Otherwise, I think I agree with what you said. 4 seconds ticking down for Greg. So remember, Greg can still lose this game on the clock. We've seen that happen tons of times before.
And rook takes c4 is possible. Bishop e2, there's rook c1 check. So Greg quickly takes that pawn, realizes he's not walking into anything. And how do you beat this setup here? If the rook just goes back and forth and the king goes g3, f2, how does black win?
Well, I think you try to get a rook trade. If that happens, I think very decent winning chances for black, especially in bullet under these circumstances. And like I mentioned before, at some point, you're going to need to try to get g5, g4 going. But he's looking to shuffle, gain time on the clock, and see what he can do.
Yeah, that's the worst thing for Kostya. Is now 21 minutes remain. This is the first bullet game. It's taking 4 minutes. It's moved 67. We will see many moves left. And at some point, Greg, just push a pawn. Even if it doesn't lead to a winning position, you just push the pawn. Start the clock over again with the 50 move rule and waste more time.
Oh, this is going to waste a lot of time. This could be like a 10-minute first game or something, Robert, which is disastrous for someone that needs to make up 3 points overall.
Rook h8 is almost checkmate, but the king can run away. It's one of those things where you just walk into something carelessly and you regret. So g5, there we go. So we have another 50 moves. And then at some point he'll play f4. And he will waste another 50 moves. And that will be a couple more minutes.
Strap in, guys. We are going to be here for a while.
I wonder if this will be the longest game in Speed Chess Championship history. I don't know what that number is.
I think it definitely could be.
He went f4 too soon, though. You had to save that move.
Don't like.
And now you can take and play h4. Oh, okay. Kostya should have taken. And his king's almost made it.
Oh, my God. Wait,
his king's made it?
Made it.
Wait. Rook f5? Okay. Wow, he escaped. But it looked like there was a checkmate there.
Yeah, that was really weird. I thought it was mate. Oh, king g6 after rook f5.
Oh, my gosh.
With rook h4 mate.
That would have been unbelievable. That was there.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, so I'm just thinking back to it. That would have been disgusting.
Wow. And it's move 107. And this game is going on. And Greg might even win this game.
He might even lose it.
I don't think he's going to. Oh, bishop e4. The king can't get out.
Yeah. What is this?
And Greg is just smartly using time here. Wow. Just what a game this has been. We're move 117.
How can you try to do something here? Do you can
rook f3? Rook f3. Yep. Rook f3. King. Oh.
Yeah. Rook f3. King h5. That's what's needed.
Yes. And Greg had his opportunity, and it's a draw by repetition. And look at Greg. He's laughing and he clapped. He's like, "All right, well done, Kostya. You held off."
Holy smokes! That was a crazy game.
We barely have time to catch our breath because we're in the second game of the bullet. 18 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Plenty of time for Kostya to come back in this match. Aman, what can we say about this?
We can say that was a 1 minute plus 1 second bullet game, and it went 6 minutes, basically. So, 6-minute game, that means they're gaining considerably more time on the clock than what they had to start with, which is insane. So who knows if that's a record. We're on to game 2. Only game 2. The lead is the exact same as it was when we started. 3-point lead for Greg. Credit to Kostya, though, for staying in that and not losing it on top of everything. That is going to give him at least a chance in this match.
For sure. And I don't care what the evaluation says right now. I like Black's chances in this position because you can play rook to b8. The position's opening up. Black's king is safe and sound. And that's typically the most important thing in bullet. And look at this.
Yeah,
Bishop takes c3 is coming. The b2 pawn's under attack. Queen a3 can be played. Everything. So if I'm playing for Greg here, I might even consider knight to b3. He instead plays knight e2 to defend the knight. And
knight d6 so quick.
Wow,
so
queen d6,
quick.
bishop c3 is available.
Just take it. And it's going to be bishop c1. There's bishop f5 ideas. There's also rook b2. They can't get the rook to b8 quite yet.
But that would be a checkmate if available. Bishop f5 is played. And after queen d2 back, maybe just queen anywhere, threatening pawn to c3. It's still a good position for Kostya.
Queen a3 maybe.
Queen a3 looks strong. Because then your queen can even go to a4, use the light squares. Your bishop on f5 is powerful. I don't like the queen trade. Oh, but that's smart in a way because if you take c takes b4 and then b3 is not unstoppable, but it's a looming threat and the c2 pawn is so weak.
Ooh, well, queen a4 now might be the c3. Of course.
Oh, nice find. If you trade queens, bishop takes c2. And I think Greg was saying, "Oh, we trade queens, my king is safe." But no, there's a checkmate threat immediately.
Beautiful, and that's different because queen a3, c3 wasn't possible. Your queen would be hanging, and he's going to win the exchange here. And Kostya has all the chances, but still have to convert this. If you play c4, bishop d4 gets a little tough.
And this is the type of games that Kostya has failed to convert in some of the longer time controls. And right now he is up on time. And I'm looking again at the match clock, 16 and a half minutes. That's plenty of time. If you win this, you're only down by 2. The most important thing right now is converting.
Yeah, and this looks good. Rook to e4 is exactly where you want to be. I think we need to get the king involved.
Yes, I would believe that as well. h4 just saying no g3 for you. Your pawn on f4 is weak, and I can try to target it. Here comes the king f6. But what about white's king? King a4, king a5? Yep. That will be annoying.
Oh, it definitely is, especially in bullet. This is just what you hate to see.
Okay, so rook e6, calm move. Is the king coming to e4? Why not? Look at winning king of the hill.
Yeah, he got there first. I think we need to start pushing some pawns. Everything's covered here in black's position. Rook e3, not quite a move. That king can slide over to d4. f4 is now hanging.
And he plays rook d2. So you have the g2 pawn. I like that the bishop is stuck in place. Now just take on g3. The rook can't take without dropping the bishop. Rook d3 also.
That's a solid move, though. That's a solid move. Getting the trade. And tricky Greg with f5, but just don't touch it. Don't touch it. There you go.
That was really tricky because the h pawn was trying to roll, and now here you can just play c3 and so on. And black is way too quick.
Yep. Yeah, that'll do it. The rook just stops a4, may as well. And Greg's going to play this out. I mean, he's shown that he's going to be doing that in the past. Of course, rook takes h4 or c1. Just promoting rook e3. Nice one there.
Yes, and Greg should play it out, right? There's only 15 minutes left, and the lead is being cut to 2. Kostya is proving to be a good bullet player. So look at this pre-moving. Here we go. Wait, the king's in the way. But you can just pre-move the rest of this. Wait, Kostya,
there we go.
You just got to pre-move.
There we go. Got it in. And yeah, less than 15 minutes left in this 1+1 portion, but that's 10 minutes off the clock, Robert, for 2 games. At that rate, there's barely enough time for this comeback, which means Kostya might have to start thinking about these games like must win if they're going to be going as long as they have been.
That's true. And Greg, he could have played that out. He made a move and got checkmated, but he had 11 seconds to burn. And that may not seem like that much time, but as we keep looking at the match clock, keeping that in our minds, that could make all the difference where if you could start that final game in time.
Exactly. h4 played very aggressive setup here. He might go for a4, but no, he just wants to include the move h5 first.
Wow. And wait, is there just going to be a checkmate down the h file? A queen to like g4, queen h4, queen h3. Knight h3 looks good too, coming to g5. And b5 feels very slow.
Yeah, I think he might even ignore it.
I would. Yeah, just knight g5, queen g4. Maybe it's not worth sacrificing pieces to get there, but there's going to be an attack. Oh,
yeah, now the pressure is completely shifted. e4 is hanging, knight d3 is possible. I think that was his moment to just say, hey, whatever, knight g5, queen f3, queen g4, get over there.
Also, the bishop being on e2 is not in the right place. That bishop should be on c2, where it covers e4 and stops knight to b3. So knight b3 now makes a lot of sense. And white's attack didn't even get going.
It didn't even get going. No, the rook's going to have to move. Taking that dark square bishop is one of the best things you can do in this opening, but there may even be better.
And the one thing I don't like about what Greg is doing, I could see a king f2, rook h1, and all right, now you can't play king f2, of course, because the queen cut it off. But the point was that if I can get that second rook over to h1, I guess Greg saw it farther than I did. That no, not happening.
Yeah, and actually, that looked risky. But the good thing about what Greg did is it's opposite bishops. And my goodness, it looks like he's going to play a game where only he can win, and it's going to take a lot of time off the clock. This is a nightmare for Kostya and his winning chances.
Oh, he's down a pawn, opposite colored bishops. The game is going to continue forever. He's not actually down a pawn yet, but in my head, I was looking at this b2 pawn, thinking that it was going down. But actually, the c4 pawn would fall. So rook c2 can protect the b2 square, and no material lost for white. And maybe he can hold this.
Coming in. Oh, rook takes b2 now.
It's pinned, and he missed. He missed it.
And now rook c1. You got to play bishop e3 to stop rook c1. That's a good move.
But rook a1's also going rook a6, and then maybe even rook c6. You need to be careful if you're Greg here.
Yeah, and Greg's saying, look, okay, I'm taking a b pawn. Let's forget that.
Okay, but here's rook a6, and that's a connected passed pawn if you take d6, right? That pawn d5 is safe and sound. So it's a bit nerve-wracking to take on b2 and get to this position. But okay, here we are. Wait, rook c4 played?
Wait a minute. There's some stuff here. I was expecting rook c6, like taking rook c6 there.
Right, because then you just get the pawn back and you're threatening things. And
that king, I mean, it rook to h8, rook to h4. Someone's getting mated here. There's no rook a7.
But, good point. I was saying, whose king's getting mated first? Rook h8, there's g3 is like the only move. And, all right, so now rook c2 would save your king.
What?
G2's been hanging, but king h3 hits the rook. So,
and then you move the rook, and there's rook h8 mate.
Yes, you're right. It's really difficult. Oh my gosh, difficult for this.
Was hanging. Oh my goodness.
Difficult to see under the duress of the time trouble, but Greg, he got it together. He does it. That was a nice game by Greg.
Yeah, that was really, really good. Opposite bishops, that's exactly what he needed. And Greg with the white pieces, he is extending these games. He's finding openings, finding exchanges and trades that make these games go the distance.
Yes, and honestly, did not like Greg's opening in that last game, but somehow he turns these positions where he should be the one attacked. He flips it on its head, and he's the one attacking Kostya. So right now, we see that, look at these pawns, a4, b4, c4, goes up to b5, kicks the knight away. Black has the strong center, and now the c5 square for a knight to get to, but now Greg's pieces are coming alive as well.
Yep, rook to the e file always looks good, but queen d1 just to watch over that d pawn, bishop there. We might see knight h4, yeah, just to relieve the pressure.
And then knight on c5 is a hero because it attacks d3 while defending b7. And look at this move, bishop a3, going for tactics. Is there anywhere for the knight to go? I don't see a square. So instead, the rook comes to e1, as you were pointing out. That's a great move in general, hitting the e5 pawn and stopping black from playing e4, which is a thematic pawn break.
Right. And I think you can actually go like maybe knight to d5 in some lines. But hey, Greg knows he has the advantage in the match. So he can repeat all the time. Kostya can't take a draw.
No, 10 minutes. Under 10 minutes right now, and whoa, f6, risky type of move, but maybe there are no consequences just yet.
Mm-hmm. I feel like this knight being loose, like he's so comfortable with it, but I would be worried.
And f5 has to be played, right? You can't just sit and relax forever. The d5 square is white's for the taking, but e4, now is the time to play e4, and then knight to e5. Yeah. And the c4 pawn drops, the d4 pawn is a passer. He instead plays rook to a, but e4 next move, I think still is pretty good for black.
Yeah, really need that move. Knight d5 is going to come in. And if he doesn't punch in e4, I get more and more concerned for the position because queen over to h5 is coming, and there's so many threats in the position.
And then knight in d5 is a really good square. So g4 played instead. But I
still like that as a move. Not as good as e4, probably.
Your pieces don't have the flow anymore, right? Look at the knight on g6. It doesn't actually have anything to do. And so e4 gets your knight right into the center. And the rooks are traded now. h5, h4, there's no checkmate attack with just a pawn. So I think white's position on the queen side is the most favorable part of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this definitely looks good. Bishop f8, there's like knight f6 stuff, so be very careful. The queen is sort of wiggling in there, some sort of, bishop back to h1. Interesting. Wow. Putting that bishop in prison.
Well, e4 finally played, and now it's tricky, and now Greg has 20 seconds, so it's hard to calculate. If d takes e4, is the pawn going to d3? Is the knight going to e5?
Knight e5? Yeah, I like this.
Do not take on d4. Knight f3 check wins the queen. So don't take that pawn.
No, this is going to be tricky. I really like what Kostya just did there. Is d3, spice things up.
D3 right now for sure. And if you need to blockade the pawn, bishop d2, and there could be some timely knight f3 check anyway. I wouldn't do it just yet, but that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, if the queen could just be on this last rank, that's how you want to get involved.
Oh, queen a8, that's clever.
Oh yeah.
Watch out, checkmate. How do you stop it?
I have no idea.
Oh, king f1. Goodness. And d2, the knight covers the d3 square. Otherwise, there would be some huge problems.
And if the knight moves, the queen takes on f5.
Wow. Yeah, that's true. So if you trade bishops, your knight gets to f3, but it's check. It's check. It's of course. Your bishop before queen 4, it's check, so you don't have a turn to go knight f3.
And you got to go to h8. Like
you have 2 seconds. Just go.
h8. H8, okay. H8. You need to go for the win.
Oh.
Greg is going to take that draw every time. Look how long these games are taking. There might only be time for one more, Robert.
Well, the last game has to start before the time is up. So if Kostya can win 2 games in the next 7 minutes and 20 seconds, leaving 3 seconds on the clock, then he has enough time. But you're right, Greg, he's doing all the right stuff here. He's saying, I'm going to make these games go really long, and I'm not even going to take a risk. Why do I need to risk winning? I don't need to win. I need to run the clock out, and I need to make sure my opponent doesn't win. So Greg is doing everything right thus far.
Yeah, now back to this opening. I liked this the last time I saw it for Kostya. I've liked it most times I've seen it. I think this is a good opening for him. He needs to keep playing this.
He does. He has the E file. It's the only open file. The rook on B8 is not doing much of anything. You can take on E7. I like the bishop on H6, but take on E7, put the next rook on E1, and white is first to the punch.
Queen F4, knight E4. We need more of all of those moves, and just put the pressure. Queen F4, knight F to G5.
Yeah, what bishop F4 play going after the D6 pawn. The A4 pawn is hanging, and he went bishop F5 instead, but he could have actually captured this pawn over there on the queen side.
And what can we do here? G4, just to take the bishop pair and get an imbalance. At this point, that's an idea. Wow, and he goes for this with D6.
Nice tactical vision there. And this is the type of position that Kostya needs to win, but Greg is so resourceful in this type of position as well. So D6, where's the knight going? Go to A8, D7. Your rook on B8's under attack.
Queen D5 to F7. Queen D5, Queen F7, rook E7 is always tempting, but there's knight takes D6.
Yeah, but look, where do you go now? Knight C7, just bring your queen up to F7?
Yeah. Queen F8, though, or Queen G8. Hang on.
Oh, wow. You can't trade queens? That's frustrating. So Queen H5, I guess you have to save the queen and then go win the F5 pawn, but this will take time.
Yeah, this will take time.
Greg is just so resourceful.
I don't know how he does it. It's a knight on A8, Robert. What's going on?
The knight is the hero. It defends the other one on C7. You go, what?
He just missed it.
No, they both missed it. The queen was hanging.
Is he going to see it? Now they both notice it. Now they're like, wait, what? What did he just do? What did I just do?
Oh my gosh. Knight G5. The queen does not defend F7. So Knight G5 is a tactic, next move that can be played. So, okay, Queen E6 is a very good choice by Greg. D7 is hanging. And rook E1. Oh, the knight covers E8. Okay, I was like, wow, rook E8 is a
the
big
knight's
threat.
covering everything.
Those two knights over there, they're the heroes that were needed, even if Greg didn't deserve them. The knight on A8. Nobody puts the knight in the corner like that.
My goodness.
Wait. Bishop D6 and Queen C8 check. You have to be alert for these back rank problems.
Yep.
Okay, now he covered the E8 square.
Knight G5, Bishop E5 check, Queen takes G5 ideas.
That looks pretty good. And
man, you need something here. You need something.
Yeah, I'm
Knight F5. That's just trading, though.
No, that can't work. That can't work. This is Greg just being stubborn as a defender.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy just doesn't lose positions that I feel like he's losing in two moves.
My goodness, King G8, get the king out of the corner.
And just move. I mean, if you're Greg, just shuffle, right? You don't even need to win this game.
Yeah, the time is already low enough that you've done your job.
That's
You've done your job.
And he puts his king back from where it came from, and we might see
he'll take this draw. Yeah, he'll take this repetition. I don't think Greg needs to do anything special. He goes Queen E1, but he might just go back to Queen E7.
And is it a draw yet? No. Did not get a repetition. Now Knight D6. So look at Greg just wasting time, then putting Knight to D6.
Knight F7.
Oh, yeah. Just be ultra safe there.
Yeah.
And B7 is hanging. That's not what you want.
No.
Not what you want at all. Greg is, I mean,
he's going to win this game too.
He's too good. I am so impressed by his defense.
Now he knows if he just gets the king out, he's home free.
And there it is. King's safe. Queen C6 check. And
good pre-move.
Black only has 5 seconds, so both sides could flag, but Greg is...
Oh, H7.
Oh, that's not a pawn you want to lose, because now the H7...
but Queen D5 there.
Queen B7 check.
Queen B7.
Oh, okay.
Queen G8. That's almost mate on B3.
Okay, can the king run away? No,
I think yes, but you had to go to H2.
Yeah, the king went the wrong way. King going to
now
H2.
It's a draw. Now it's a draw.
Unless he gets someone to get his king back. No, it's a draw.
Oh
my gosh.
Robert, now it's fully over for sure. Like it's a 3-point lead is 2.5 minutes. There's no chance for Kostya. There was maybe an outside chance if he won that game, but I still think Greg had wasted so much time with these games. It's 5 minutes per bullet game.
Greg knows how to burn the clock, and seriously well done by him. And I feel like, it's 3-point match, but that's been the difference is it's been really back and forth, and both players have had chances. They've spoiled chances, but in those kind of moments, Greg finds those tactics really quickly with that rook F8 check where he won the last game of the 3-minute portion. So just those split-second decisions have been Greg's strength, and for Kostya, he just hasn't been able to put it together. So I think Greg has earned this match for sure, but Kostya should hold his head high because he was in this every step of the way.
He was, and I feel like they're so closely matched. And then when it comes down to crunch time, those clutch moments, I feel like Greg is just that little step ahead. As you mentioned, he's finding everything when he needs to. Near the end of the game, when a tactic is make or break, when there's only moves in the position, his defense this match has been legendary.
What a performance. And Kostya, once again, has a pretty nice looking position from the black side here. It's just too little too late. Only a minute and 20 seconds remaining in the match clock. The d3 pawn is a target, but the rook on b3 covers it. And even if there's no advantage, this game is going to last for another few minutes.
I was going to say the exact same thing. Even when Greg's already won the match, he's still running games that last like 5 minutes each.
It's impressive. And there's no moves, right? Like, what can black do? You have all your pieces on dream square, as it may seem, and the king on g7 might get checkmated later if I can double rooks on the last rank or something like that. So it's just easier to play for Greg. Oh.
What?
Yeah,
that's just. Oh man, and they are going to play another game because there's 40 seconds left. Unfortunately, that didn't really, or fortunately rather, that didn't really affect the standings. And I think both players were kind of conscious that the match was impossible to come back from at that moment, which is why Kostya made a very uncharacteristic blunder for this match. Pretty out of character.
That's true. And we get here Grunfeld once more, but the match clock down to 15 seconds. We're about to see it expire. Greg Shahade, the number 1 seed, he will move on to the semifinals. And a great, great match this was. And I think the best thing about winning a match like this is you feel better prepared for your next match. Like, this was really close. Things could have gone away for Greg. He could have gone on tilt. And yet he was the one who stopped his losing streak and won the final 3-minute game. And now he can go into the bullet with fresh breath, just be able to say, okay, that was close, but I have a huge lead. And even if I'm not a favorite in the bullet, the lead may be insurmountable.
Exactly. And more of a formality to finish this game off here, but it'd be nice for Kostya to finish with a win and get that match score tighter, which would be pretty reflective of how this match has felt, just being a spectator here.
Although this looks like a dream come true for black in such an opening where the king's still in the center, you play f5, you break the whole position open, and there may not be queens on the board, but that king on e1 isn't exactly happy to see files open up.
Yep. Yeah, and you're going to normally you choose to take the d pawn here, or g takes f5, so you maintain the pressure on d5 there.
And that bishop on d4 is fantastic. The pawn on c4 could be a target as the game continues here, but Kostya says, this is the Grunfeld. We're in a queenless position. My king is safe in the center. Oh, but f2 did just fall.
Yeah, maybe you take on f5 here, go g4, and just run the king over the queen side. Maybe it's not so bad.
That's a good point. And rook f6, the bishop can go to e4, maybe to d5, and well, the king on g8 is not so safe either.
Mm-hmm.
And here
g4 or bishop back, both look okay.
Actually, bishop d5 check is really worrying me.
He can take it.
Oh, the rook on f1's hanging. You sack the exchange to win it back. And now can
I don't know what's happening here.
I was going to ask, can black play bishop e5 and force pieces off the board, or who's winning or who's better in the king and pawn game?
I kind of like white's chances just with that h pawn. It feels like that's such a dangerous thing. But rook f7 looks like a good defensive move. King c6, rook e7, you can maybe take it.
And if that king gets to d5, that looks like trouble. So king c6, good move by Greg, just keeping the king out. And the bishop on d4 also helping in both the defense and the attack. a5, a4, b4, push those pawns eventually. But look at that move, bishop e5. We're in a rook endgame where white's pawns are more advanced, but black has these connected passengers on the queen side. Okay.
Pretty soon, like maybe g4, threatening king d5. Pretty soon you can almost trade pieces as white and win the pawn endgame. Pretty close to that if you get the g pawn up.
And the king is going all the way to b6, but rook d3. Greg saw it so quickly. Your king went away. He wins d6 with check. h6 is falling next. The c pawn is running. Okay, wait. Is the c pawn quick enough? Look at that move. What a move.
Rook c4 coming, but I'm not sure you can play that.
Wait.
Oh, he should have gone for the pawn.
It's winning for white, right? You just take the
Well,
A
because
pawn?
as black, you need to take h6 and then take the g pawn. It's too slow here, and he's going to queen first. And Kostya is going to take the last game of this match. Greg's going to let that one go, but I think he'll have a smile on his face, Robert, as he knows he has won this match.
What a match it was. I mean, seriously, exhilarating from start to finish. Greg jumped out to a huge lead. Kostya fought back. I cannot wait to hear their thoughts. So we will be back very shortly with Greg Shahade and Kostya Kavutskiy to talk about their match.
And welcome back. I hope you guys are still with us. We are joined by the players in today's epic match, Greg Shahade and Kostya Kavutskiy. Greg, congrats to you. We saw the match start off in your favor in the 5-minute portion. You really got the upper hand, but there was some big comeback potential being mounted by Kostya in the 3-minute. Did you have you nervous going into the bullet with winning like 2 or 3 in a row there?
Yeah, it had me real nervous. You know, it's like, if it was like even the whole time, it's one thing, but when you're ahead like 6-2, and then all of a sudden it's like 6-4, and I don't know, it was up by like 2 points, and it was like a tough game that I won that it could have went either way. It's like I was nervous because it would suck to lose with such a big lead, and I was imagining it happening, you know.
And Kostya, on your end, of course, the match did not ultimately go your way, but you played really well. Where do you feel like you could have changed things and the match would have had a different outcome?
That's a good question. I'm not sure what I should have changed exactly. I just felt like I wasn't as sharp today as I was during the first match. I felt like I was just missing so many quick tactics, especially game 2 just like broke me right from the get-go. And after that, it was really hard to like play with, like the confidence you need to, because I was getting into these very tactical positions and I have to like play them really aggressively. So I feel like, I don't know, if I was in maybe slightly better form, could have done different.
Yeah, sort of a follow-up to what you just mentioned. You had to play these tactical positions. Like, it felt to us like you had a lot of positions where you had the upper hand tactically, or maybe you were the aggressor, but it just seemed like Greg, with this stubborn defense, he's able to have pieces on weird squares and just always seem to find a move. Did you find that it was sort of a tale of you having these aggressive positions and just Greg playing strong defense today?
Yeah, it was pretty frustrating actually. A few games, I think, with white, like we got these Benoni positions where I felt pretty good. But they're very resilient for black, and I always struggle converting them. Like in my mind, my brain is screaming like, this is +4, this is +5, like you're totally winning, but it's not over, and you have to, especially the game where I think I just had like d6, e5, and my queen broke through to f7, and like I ended up blundering in the endgame a couple of times. Yeah, so that was really, it's just very tough when the opponent keeps finding moves, and like you really have to be accurate with 30 seconds left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. And Greg, on your end, is that something that you actively work on? Of course, you had some promising positions that didn't involve defense, but you were really stubborn, tenacious, resourceful, and it felt like every single time there was a scramble, even if you had an objectively worse position, you were making it as hard as possible for Kostya. So how do you perfect that? How do you work on that so that you can survive positions that may otherwise be lost?
I apologize for the construction that's happening. I don't know if y'all can hear it. I don't know. I just like, sometimes I guess I had no one to sacrifice material. Like there's a few games where I just sat the exchange, like instead of kind of playing a passive position. And somehow those games went my way because like I had some activity. I think that's one of the games he was talking about. And there was one game with white where I sacked my rook on a1, got some h4 and mated him. But yeah, there was a lot of games where I felt like I got pretty lucky, especially game 2, like you mentioned. I was down a piece, and I should have won that game though too. So it was like I got lucky then unlucky.
Yeah, I should say actually, if I didn't hold that game, it would have been like a total blowout. I would have completely collapsed. So I was pretty happy actually that I managed to save it.
Yeah, the games at the end, I mean, you can say you got lucky, but it also seemed to us that you were very resourceful in a good way. Like you found tactics that were necessary, and sometimes there were positions with simply only moves that you were able to find. So lucky in both directions. Also, I wanted to ask you, maybe for both players, but I'll start with you, Greg. Did the break impact you in any way? It was kind of an extended break for these matches. Do you feel one way or the other about that, or maybe it was nice to be able to catch your breath?
I got to get my workout in,
Yeah, get a quick session.
Doing push-ups and ran around the block a few times, so it was perfect timing.
Okay, good.
And well, Kostya, on your end, did you see Greg putting on sunglasses? Because I know you're in a Zoom call, so you can look at the opponent if you want. But did you look at him at all, or you were just focused on the chess?
No, I have my opponent's camera up the whole time because I think it is useful to see if like they miss something. It's helpful to tell or like what's going on. Yeah, Greg was a little distracting. There were some games he's like making faces. I'm like, did he blunder something or is he trying to trick me? Like I didn't. A couple of times, like he did hung a few pawns, and I wasn't sure. Like, is there a trick here, or what's going on?
Maybe he knows that now, and now that you've revealed that, everyone in the future is going to be just making random faces on random moves.
Oh, I mean, oldest trick in the book. Yeah, pretend you blundered, and like, oh my god.
Yeah, no, and then going into the bullet, Greg, back to you. This was like obviously the portion which would decide the match, and Kostya just made a run-up comeback. Something that I noticed about the positions that you were able to get was whether it was going to be winning, drawing, a loss for you. it seemed like Kostya was going to have to work for about 6+ minutes for every single win, which was crazy. And that really ran the clock down. Now, you ended up having a wide enough margin, but were you conscious about some of the opening choices that you were making and trying to have long bullet games?
It wasn't really about the opening. It was like that first game though. I had this end game where I could like play a million moves trying to win, and I think it was like a 7-minute long game. And I've seen all these matches. I've seen some people who are like super polite, and some people who just do everything they can to win on time. And I couldn't figure out which direction I wanted to go. I was just playing. I was just playing normal pretty much. But if it was like 1 point difference and like 30 seconds on the clock, maybe I don't know what I would have done.
Yeah, we don't know what kind of people we would be in those situations.
We'll see one day, maybe.
Right.
Well, I have one last question for you, Greg, before we let you both go. You will face the winner of Levy Rosman and Eric Rosen. Do you have a preferred opponent, or what's your history like with them?
Honestly, I'm excited to play either one of them. They're both doing amazing things for chess. Levy's YouTube channel is blowing up. It's hilarious. I love watching the comments that he gets from like his angry viewers on Twitter. And Eric's always been one of the nicest people in the chess community. His streams are awesome. His content's awesome. So I'm excited to play either one of them. As long as I don't have to play Lawrence Trent, he's out of here. So life is good.
Yeah, we got that. We got that out of the way. And also in the streaming world, Kostya, you have your channel, Chess Dojo Live. So you had a bunch of supporters. We saw them in the chat. I mean, anything you want to say to them and about your Twitch channel as you make your exit, unfortunately, from this tournament?
Yeah, thanks. No, I'm super appreciative of all the fans supporting. People are really excited for these matches. So yeah, shout out to the dojo. I'm pleased to represent what we stand for. I mean, we're not huge fans of blitz chess, but when we show up, we try to do our best and play tenaciously. So yeah, thanks to all who supported.
Awesome.
Well, thank you both.
Can I echo his comments about Chess Dojo? Chess Dojo is like one of the most awesome sites out there. They got Kostya, they got Jesse Cry, David Pruis. The United States Chess School, which I run, is partnering with Chess Dojo, and we're really happy to be doing that. So it was an honor to play this match.
Are you sure that partnership will still exist after this match?
It gets worse. I'm literally teaching tomorrow's class. So
well, we appreciate your time. We will let you both go. And Kostya, you should be proud of yourself. You fought really hard, and you definitely improved over last year. That's for sure. And for Greg, you'll continue. You'll keep on going, and we look forward to seeing you in your next match.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. And thanks for the players for joining us. That's always great to hear their thoughts. And, it's pretty funny to hear that dynamic, Robert. It's like, after this, I'm going to go teach a class for him, tomorrow and working with US Chess. So that's great to see. And you can see the bracket there on the screen. Just decided was Greg Shahade moving to the next round. That's 2 of these matches completed. There's 2 more. Robert Levy against Eric Rosen is the one that I think people are most looking forward to decide which one of these sort of heavyweight streamers, big personalities, is going to move forward.
And Greg Shahade should be proud of his performance. And I want to echo what I was just saying about Kostya Kavutskiy. Last year he didn't really seem like he was at home in the blitz. He just mentioned how for Chess Dojo Live, they tend not to play so much blitz, but he improved a lot. And I was watching this match, you're commenting alongside you here, and I was impressed with the way he played. So he exits, but he should be happy with his performance. And for Greg, I'm seriously so impressed with the way he was able to defend, how he was able to turn slight advantages into larger ones. It seemed like Greg was in just tip-top shape today. There were blunders. That's going to happen every single match. But Greg, when he plays like this, I'm not sure there's anybody in this field that can take him down.
Yeah, he is #1 seed for a reason. And if you ever start to forget that, don't worry, Greg is always there to remind you in his next match. It's really, really impressive when Greg is playing this way, even when you feel like there's, a few slip ups and, he's making some mistakes. His opponents are catching his blunders. He's so resilient in that defense. And that just means when he has the advantage, he puts it away. And when he gives up the advantage, he's right there to make you work as hard as possible, 7 minutes, whatever it is down the line. You're going to have to work for those results against him.
And 2 days in a row, we've had kind of similar matches, very close, where the higher seed makes it through to the next round. That yesterday was Roberto Molina taking down Lawrence Trent, and today Greg Shahade beats Kostya Kavutskiy. But we're halfway through with the quarterfinals. We will have 2 matches remaining to determine our final 4. But that's all for now. Aman, I got to thank you. It's so much fun every single time we do this. It seems like we're hanging out on a daily basis these days.
Yeah, I mean, we got more and more matches coming up, and whenever the next one is, I'll do my best to be around because we're being treated to some good chess and, our fair share of blunders to keep things super entertaining for everyone watching at home.
For sure. And everybody who's been tuning in, thank you so much for your continued support and viewership. We apologize once more for the delay, but I'm glad everything's smooth over. You were treated, delighted to a fantastic match between 2 amazing chess personalities. But now we will sign off. Enjoy the rest of your day.